Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
Everyone needs to have at least one person in their corner in life. When you don't, it's an extremely lonely and frightening place to be. But knowing you have that one person gives you peace and hope. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Since 1988, myself and my firm have been in so many corners for so many clients for so many years. We became the largest injury firm in the world for a reason, and it's not even close. We fought like hell for you. We fight the bullies, automobile insurance companies, the makers of unsafe products, medical providers who injured or killed their own patients. It has been such an honor and made my life complete. If you ever need us, it's easy. On your mobile device or computer, visit forthepeople.com, and then we get to work 24/7. Whether you're hurt in a car crash, injured on the job, or have questions about your Social Security, we're here for you. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.
Morgan & Morgan, 2005 Market Street, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
So, what's the asking price on this house?
You'd probably be more comfortable living somewhere else.
How long a lease is the landlord looking for?
Well, I'm sure you can afford to live here, but...
What are the schools like in this district?
Yeah, we have twins in the 5th grade.
This neighborhood isn't really for your kids. You know what I mean?
If you're Black, Latino, Asian American, or Middle Eastern, and a real estate agent or rental agent says anything like this, you know what it means. You're being discriminated against. Housing discrimination because of race, color, or national origin is against the law. If you believe you've experienced housing discrimination, contact HUD. Go to HUD.gov/fairhousing. That's HUD.gov/fairhousing. Fair housing. The law is on your side. A message from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
Free speech in Philly on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
Now, a look at what's happening from the Fox News Rundown.
Good morning. It's Thursday, May 29th. This is the Fox News Rundown. The U.S. Middle East envoy Steve Witkoff has reportedly presented Israel and Hamas with an outline for a partial hostage release ceasefire deal. Israeli news sites reporting it would include the release of 9 living hostages and a 60-day ceasefire. One of the biggest names in the Trump administration is leaving his post.
Elon Musk is leaving the Department of Government Efficiency, DOGE, after leading its efforts to cut waste from the federal government. Musk posting on his social media platform X that, quote, I would like to thank President @Real Donald Trump for the opportunity to reduce wasteful spending. Musk described his DOGE goals during a March interview with Fox's Bret Baier.
It will enable taxpayers to know where the money is going and know that their hard-earned tax dollars are being spent well.
Musk's departure comes one day after he expressed some criticism of the president's desired One Big Beautiful Bill, which passed the House last week, saying any bill that increases the deficit undermines the work he did at DOGE. Kevin Uretsky, Fox News.
President Trump's so-called Liberation Day tariffs are being blocked by a federal court.
At least 7 lawsuits challenge the president's tariffs, which were imposed on nearly 60 countries. The president introduced those tariffs after declaring a national emergency for the U.S. trade deficit. Now, a 3-judge panel at the New York-based Court of International Trade has ruled the president can impose those tariffs. They said he overstepped his authority under the International Emergency Economic Powers Act. Congress normally sets tariff policy. White House advisor Stephen Miller said in response, the judicial coup is out of control. The administration's announced it's appealing the ruling. In Washington, Jill Nato, Fox News.
Republicans on the House Oversight Committee are preparing for a hearing on former President Biden's use of the auto pen, alleging some aides were taking advantage of his mental decline. Fox's Aisha Hosni on Capitol Hill has more.
Republicans are readying subpoenas in case former President Biden's White House physician, Dr. Kevin O'Connor, and 4 key staffers don't agree to a request for congressional interviews by the Thursday deadline. Chairman James Comer tells Fox the committee could even call in former First Lady Jill Biden, the president's son Hunter, and former White House press secretary Karine Jean-Pierre. And while several Biden insiders have stayed quiet amid cover-up allegations, they could too potentially be forced to talk under oath.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio says the United States will start revoking the visas of some Chinese students, including those with connections to the Chinese Communist Party or studying in critical fields. State Department's also scrutinizing all visa holders associated with Harvard University to determine if there have been any abuses of the visa system. Well, you could say so long to Jo-Ann Fabric and Craft Stores as the chain shuts down for good this week.
Jo-Ann Stores had been operating 800 locations across most of the U.S. until it got buttonholed by bankruptcy. Now the shops are trimming prices on what's left by 70 to 90%. They've been around for 80 years, but the retailer is finally out of business as of the end of May. The company says you can only make purchases at their physical stores, and law enforcement has been warning about Jo-Ann scams, as con artists have been posting about online sales only to take hopeful shoppers to fake websites. Jill Nato, Fox News.
I'm Sue Guzman on the Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Ride Home with Rich Cioli. Weekdays on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Kayal and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Whether it's Pennsylvania or New Jersey, obviously New York, the Northeast, they might have the best little mom and pop bakeries of any region of the country. Whether it's tomato pie or delicacies and desserts, cannolis. No wonder why we're all fat in the Northeast.
The bike ride is 2 months from tomorrow, so there's still plenty of time to train if you're not in bike shape.
Start your day with Kayal and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
I really need funding to expand my inventory.
Swish Funding can help you expand inventory, upgrade equipment, and boost your cash flow.
Well, okay, but I need funding fast.
Swish Funding provides funding from $25,000 to $2 million with payment terms tailored to your needs and cash in your account in less than 24 hours.
So what's the catch?
No catch. If you've been in business for at least 1 year with monthly revenue of $50,000, you could qualify. Just go to swishfunding.com to apply. That's swishfunding.com.
The success you've already had matters at University of Maryland Global Campus because we're a school for real life. An accredited state university, UMGC lets you earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning, life, and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer affordable tuition and online and hybrid courses. No application fee if you apply by May 30th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Look through your children's eyes, and you'll see the true magic of a forest. It's a storybook world for them. You look and see a tree. They see the wrinkled face of a wizard with arms outstretched to the sky. They see treasure in pebbles. They see a windy path that could lead to adventure. When they discover the forest, their imagination is inspired by the smell of pine, the crunch of leaves beneath their feet, the sound of birds calling out for attention. And they see you, their fearless guide through this fascinating forest world. You are the hero in this book. This is a memory being made. This is what they will laugh about years from now. These are the roots, grounding and nourishing them.
Find a forest near you and start exploring at discovertheforest.org. Then look through your children's eyes and discover the magic all around you. That's discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the United States Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Click this link now to review my bank transfer. I didn't make a bank transfer. Ugh, another phishing message. Are you frustrated by these too? So much of our lives are online today. To make sure my information is protected, I checked out CISA's Secure Our World resources. They've got 4 simple ways we can stay safe online. First, learn to recognize and report phishing. Next, create a strong, unique password for each online account, and use a password manager if you can. Then turn on multi-factor authentication for extra security, and you'll receive a code when logging in. And finally, turn on automatic software updates for convenience and safety. Click here to track my delivery. Another phishing message. But now I know how to protect myself from scammers, and you can learn too. Go to CISA at cisa.gov/secure our world for more quick, easy tips to be safer online.
Children are the greatest joy and our best hope for a better future. Friends, they are the future. But did you know that millions of kids right here in our own backyard are facing hunger every day? Without healthy food, it's harder to grow, to thrive, to feel their best.
The impact when children don't have enough to eat is tremendous because when you're hungry and your basic needs aren't being met, you cannot learn.
Every child deserves to be fed. This is a problem we know how to solve. Food is not just food. It's energy, health, confidence, hope, and even love. Yes, love.
Breakfast in the classroom contributes to kids being more focused, which leads to higher grades, and simply just their well-being.
Thank you! Learn more about how No Kid Hungry is helping end child hunger in America at helpnokidhungry.org.
If not me, then who? This ethos is driving the Travis Manion Foundation to empower veterans and families of fallen heroes to develop character in future generations. In 2007, Marine First Lieutenant Travis Manion was killed in Iraq while saving his wounded teammates. Travis's legacy lives on in the 5 words he spoke before leaving for his final deployment. If not me, then who? Guided by this mantra, veterans are continuing their service, developing strong relationships within their own community, and thriving in their post-military lives. Visit travismanion.org.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? What? Do it today at 1210 WPHT.
News Rundown. Now, the latest from Fox Business.
I'm Taylor Riggs, and this is the Fox Business Report.
Early Wednesday evening, a federal trade court announced it's blocked President Trump from imposing the tariffs on imports he announced on April 2nd under the Emergency Powers Law. The 3-member court ruling he exceeded his authority as tariffs are normally implemented by Congress. The president believes the country's trade deficit is a national emergency. A down day on Wall Street Wednesday as everyone waited for NVIDIA's earnings report. The Dow lost 245, the S&P down 33, the NASDAQ lost 98. NVIDIA did beat expectations, the company earning $18.8 billion in its last quarter, up 26% from the same time last year. Revenue increased 69% to $44.1 billion. Earnings reports today from Costco, Best Buy, Burlington, and Dell Technologies. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Gretzky, invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
In less than 2 weeks, June 10th, New Jersey voters decide who makes the cut for the November ballot. One of only 2 states electing governors this year, a year after President Trump won a second term and came within 6% of winning New Jersey, making significant gains in what's long been a blue state.
We are facing the most corrupt president this nation has ever had.
Congresswoman Mikey Sherrill is one of 6 Democrats running for New Jersey governor, accusing the president of cruel policies during a May 12th primary debate on PBS.
This is not a federal government you can work with.
She's been leading the Democratic primary in recent polls and also attacking Republican frontrunner Jack Ciattarelli, who was recently endorsed by the president, one of 5 Republicans in the race. to replace incumbent Democrat Phil Murphy, whose term limited. It's Chitterelli's third run for governor.
This landscape feels very different, especially compared to 21. We're not dealing with a pandemic or a shelter-in-place order, and we're not running against an incumbent. But the major factor is there's a whole lot less indifference in New Jersey this time around with regard to a Republican winning.
The former state assemblyman lost to Governor Murphy by just 3% in 2021.
I came very close in 21. President Trump ran very well here last November. Over the last almost 4 years, party registrations have significantly outnumbered for Republicans than the Democrats. So we're in a really good position here. We're working really hard. I really like our chances.
And now you have President Trump's endorsement. And how important is that to you after previously maybe, not seeking out his endorsement?
It's really important. 2 million New Jerseyans voted for President Trump last November. That's 600,000 more than voted for Phil Murphy back in 2021. He's significantly outpolling Phil Murphy in New Jersey right now. And New Jerseyans are grateful whenever I remind them that he's put a temporary halt on wind farms off our Jersey shore. He's beating up on the New York Democrats over their egregious price grab on New Jerseyans, known as congestion pricing. And he's certainly been open to increasing the SALT deduction on our federal tax returns. We're a high-tax state. New Jerseyans want to be able to deduct their state and local taxes on their federal tax return. He's allowing that to happen again.
I wanted to ask you about the SALT deduction because the budget bill approved by the House, no telling yet what the Senate might do to make changes, but the House version does raise the limit on those deductions. Who does it help and how much does it help in New Jersey if that stays as it is?
It helps the vast majority of New Jerseyans. We pay the highest overall taxes in the country because of our property taxes, our income taxes, our sales taxes. So the ability now to deduct once again our property taxes and our income taxes on the federal tax return, I think is only fair when you consider that New Jersey is a donor state. We send billions more to Washington, D.C. than we get in return. So this is only fair, and it's great news that the House bill quadruples 4 times what it was before, up to $40,000 deduction on the federal tax return.
Medicaid has been a big debate at the federal level with this budget bill. Are you hearing any concerns on the ground in New Jersey, and what would you say to voters concerned about those benefits?
Rumblings only coming from those that manipulate the news. I think the best way to preserve Medicaid is to eliminate all the fraud in Medicaid. So I don't think it's unreasonable for us to make sure that able-bodied people are working if they possibly could to get off of Medicaid. We want to get all the waste, inefficiency, and fraud out of each and every federal program. So we don't see this as a real problem in New Jersey. I think it's all going to work out just fine. We should all be in favor of the dollars going to the people that deserve them most, the most vulnerable, not necessarily able-bodied people. And here in New Jersey, I will tell you, our governor allowed a married couple with 2 children to qualify for Medicaid, even if they were making up to $114,000 a year. So we're taking a different needs-based approach to who is eligible for Medicaid. I think that's a fair process.
Is a main part of your strategy the argument that after 8 years under a Democratic governor, the state is ready for a change?
After 8 years of failed policies and 25 years of Democratic rule in our state capital, you bet. Look where we are today. The highest property taxes in the nation, the worst place in the country in which to do business, the worst place in the country in which to retire, #1 in out-migration, educational failure. We just slipped from 2 to 12 on the national report cards. We've got infrastructure problems that are making national headlines with New Jersey Transit and Newark Airport, rather. We've got overdevelopment in our suburbs, and we've got a public safety crisis because these liberal Democrats have handcuffed our local police. These are the issues. And we're going to remind everybody that it's all happened over the last 8 years with the help of the Trenton Democrats who've ruled the legislature. So it's time for a change here in New Jersey.
As you hold events around the state, what are people telling you? What are they most concerned about? Are those the same issues that they're talking about?
You bet they are. They're talking about the affordability crisis, which has only gotten worse because of monthly skyrocketing electric bills, because Phil Murphy has failed us on energy policy. He bet everything on wind instead of giving us a diversified portfolio of electricity generation. They're talking about the public safety crisis because of all the car thefts and the break-ins. We've got to reform bail reform. Cashless bail has created professional criminals. And we've handcuffed our local police with a bunch of very liberal policies. They're very concerned about public education, what their kids are learning in school today. They want to get back to teaching critical life skills, provide vocational training opportunities with an age-appropriate curriculum. They're very, very concerned about all the overdevelopment in our suburbs because of mandated affordable housing, which makes no sense when there's no jobs or infrastructure or mass transit in the communities in which all this housing is being mandated. I mean, these are the issues, and we're going to talk about them all throughout the campaign.
What would you do differently on the affordable housing issue, for example?
Yeah, the affordable housing belongs in our transit hubs and urban centers. What does that mean? Places where there's infrastructure, places where there's mass transit, places where there's jobs. The Murphy administration, with the help of the Trenton Democrats, have been placing high-density workforce affordable housing in very, very suburban rural communities where there is no mass transit, where there is no infrastructure, where there are no jobs, all of which only puts more idling cars on the road. I mean, it flies in the face of their position on sustainability. Seems awfully hypocritical to me. So we need to drive population growth toward our urban centers again and get them off of the state government dependency because they have their own sustainable local economy.
One of your Republican opponents, it's a crowded race on both sides of the aisle, but one of your Republican opponents, State Senator John Bramnick, has said he wants to cut billions in spending by focusing on pork in the state budget. But then one of the Democrats in the race, Congresswoman Mikey Sherrill, says you've promised to, quote, Doge New Jersey, referring to the government efficiency cuts at the federal level. What would you do or want to do, because the legislature is involved too, obviously, but what would you want to do with the state budget and New Jersey's notoriously high taxes?
Phil Murphy has increased spending 60% in 8 years' time. It's gone from $36 billion, Chris Christie's last budget, to Phil Murphy's eighth and final budget, $58 billion. $22 billion. And you can't tell me there isn't waste and inefficiency or some degree of fraud taking place in all that spending. There is a whole lot of pork barrel spending on pet projects for Democratic legislators. That comes out, but that's just scratching the surface in terms of what we have to do to get spending under control. So we're going to closely examine each and every program, each and every dollar that's spent, but we have to decrease the size of our state government. It's one of the reasons why we have an affordability crisis in New Jersey. But let me also say this. We can't cut or tax our way, which is what Phil Murphy's now trying to do, tax our way out of the fiscal problems we have in Trenton. We have to grow our economy. So what we really need is a pro-business governor, and I've got a number of very specific policy proposals that will grow our economy, create more jobs, which creates more income tax and more sales tax, because there's more people here, more people working, more people buying. That's the way to afford any necessary increases in our state budget, not by raising more taxes on the most overtaxed people in the nation.
Other candidates in the race, especially the Democrats, argue that having Trump support and embracing Trump policies will be a liability, at least in the general election this fall. Are you at all concerned about voters who are either not aligned with the president or may think that he's taken certain things too far?
That's a losing strategy. They're going to want to talk about Medicare. They're going to want to talk about Medicaid. They're going to want to talk about Social Security. They're going to want to talk about President Trump. And I remind people every single day, what are those things and what does President Trump have to do with the highest property taxes in the nation? What does he have to do with us slipping from 2 to 12 on the national report card in our K through 12 system? What does he have to do with all the overdevelopment in our suburbs? What does he have to do with handcuffing our local police with these liberal policies that allowed for increases in nonviolent crime? He doesn't have anything to do with any of that. Why is it that my opponent doesn't want to talk about New Jersey? So this is real simple. If you want 4 more years of Phil Murphy's failed policies, more continuation of a 25-year rule of a party that's out of touch and arrogant about their power, I guess you'll vote Democrat. But if you want change, if you truly want change in New Jersey, you're going to vote for Jack Ciattarelli and his legislative Republicans.
There's not much time left now until the Republican primary. What's your strategy for these closing days of this first hurdle?
To remind everybody, there's only one guy on the Republican side that can win in November, and that's Jack Ciattarelli. We came awfully close to 2021. We bring a very special positive energy to campaign. We've raised more money than the other 5 Republican gubernatorial candidates combined. I'm someone that has coattails. Back in 21, we had our most successful night in 34 years, and I have the president's endorsement because of all the above. and I'm honored to have that endorsement. But the goal is to win in November. There's only one guy who could do that. President Trump agrees. It's Jack Ciattarelli.
Are you hoping that President Trump will campaign with you?
Absolutely. Again, 2 million New Jerseyans voted for him last November. And as I said before, 600,000 more than voted for Phil Murray back in 21. His poll numbers are significantly better than Phil Murphy's. And he's done things he said he was going to do specific to New Jersey with the wind farms, with congestion pricing, and what he's doing on the salt deduction. That's all good for New Jersey.
Is there any one thing, any one message that you think is not getting to voters in the race at this point?
I really don't. And a lot of that has to do with the fact that I've got a magnificent team and nobody campaigns harder than I do. We're going right from here to another one of our town halls. We have 3 or 4 a week. We hit diners all up and down the state every day of the week. We go wherever Republicans are gathering and spread with them the good word on how we're going to win in November. So no real concerns.
Former State Assemblyman Jack Ciattarelli, New Jersey, Republican candidate for governor. Thank you very much for your time. Good luck.
Thank you.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
If you're struggling about a Father's Day gift for Dad, here's a gift idea that you can feel really good about. In fact, my dad has one. It's been great for him. He loves it. He just met with his cardiologist. This data is helpful. It's the KardioMobile 6L, the world's first FDA-cleared 6-lead personal EKG. It can detect AFib, a leading cause of stroke. KardioMobile is the perfect way for your dad to manage his heart health at home between those doctor's visits. It's small, it's easy to use, and it records right to his phone. He gets 6 different views of his heart. That's 6 times the data of any smartwatch at a fraction of the cost. Give the gift of peace of mind for the dads in your life or even for yourself. And now for a limited time, Kardia is giving 10% off to all of my listeners. Just go to Kardia.com, Kardia.com, or Amazon, and use code 10-6L Benson. That's the number 10, 6L Benson, my last name, and get 10% off your KardioMobile 6L in time for Father's Day. Sponsored by AliveCorp.
Greg is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Hi, I'm Greg. I'm not an actor. I'm just a regular person. 8 years ago, I just didn't feel like I was on my game. I started taking Prevagen, and I want people to know that Prevagen has worked for me. Give it a try. I want it to help you just like it has helped me.
Prevagen, at stores everywhere without a prescription. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/talk. That's ethos.com/talk.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
You've got to see Scott Kia's new location in Limerick, with their focuses on you. Relax with an easy, transparent, and enjoyable car buying experience. With a stunning new showroom, a state-of-the-art service center, and a staff that understands your time is valuable and will treat you like a VIP. It's time to experience what a 5-star service truly feels like. They are focusing on you, and that's changing everything. And that's why it's always smooth sailing at Scott Kia of Limerick, just off Route 422.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Protect your liver and give it the support it deserves with Active Liver from New Nordic. Find in stores at your local CVS, Meijer Grocery, or Amazon, or newnordicusa.com.
At Kitchen Magic, we believe the heart of your home deserves American-made quality you can trust. That's why we manufacture all of our products right here in Nazareth, PA, so you won't face shipping delays or tariff surprises. As a local family-owned company, we are proud to offer reliable service and custom kitchen remodeling you can count on. And this May only, enjoy up to 30% off your dream kitchen. Visit kitchenmagic.com and schedule your free design consultation today.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. The Trump administration is appealing after a federal court said that President Trump did not have the power to impose international tariffs unilaterally using the emergency powers law. Stock futures climbed with the news. Elon Musk leaving the Trump administration. Writing on X, his time as special government employee has come to an end. His departure comes days after he said he was disappointed in the president's big, beautiful bill because it increases the national debt. President Trump proposing a 15% cap on the number of foreign students enrolled at Harvard.
They're taking $5 billion, and I'd rather see that money go to trade schools. And by the way, they're totally anti-Semitic at Harvard, as you know, and some other colleges, too, in all fairness to them. And it's been exposed.
Harvard suing the administration for the elimination of funds. America's listening to Fox News.
Is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
The Timberwolves didn't show up, and the Thunder quickly ended any hope that Minnesota could make it a series. Oklahoma City dominated the Timberwolves in Game 5 of the Western Conference Finals, blowing out Minnesota 124-94. The game was over before the second half even got underway, with the Thunder up 33 points after 2 quarters. Minnesota was brutal in the first half, making just 12 shots and turning the ball over 14 times. With the win, the Thunder advanced to the NBA Finals for the first time since 2012, where they will face the winner of the Eastern Conference Finals between the Knicks and the Pacers. Indiana has a 3-1 series lead. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Joe Morgan, Fox News.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. A ban on sales of AI chips to China did not prevent NVIDIA from posting another quarter of record-breaking sales. It does say, though, it took an $8 billion hit in lost revenue due to the ban. Apple is apparently taking steps to make it easier for you to keep track of which version of software your devices are running. Sources say the company plans to follow the approach adopted by Samsung and Microsoft to name its software after the year it comes out. That means the current iOS 18 would give way to iOS 26. The change is expected to be announced at Apple's Worldwide Developers Conference on June 9th. Tesla is said to be ready to begin its long-awaited robo-taxi service in Austin, Texas, June 12th. The plan is to initially roll out about 10 self-driving robo-taxis in the city before expanding to 1,000 vehicles within a few months. I'm Nancy Lyons, Bloomberg Radio.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Sometimes I struggle to get to sleep. My body stopped for the day, but my mind is still running. So I take ZQuil.
ZQuil, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, has a range of non-habit-forming products to fit you and your family's needs. Invest in a great night's sleep for the best you tomorrow.
I'm awake and ready to take on anything.
Better days start with ZQuil nights. Explore our products at ZQuil.com. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
A series you can't bear to miss. Come see the Phils host the Cubs on Monday, June 9th and Tuesday, June 10th, both at 6:45, and Wednesday, June 11th at 1:05. Order tickets now at Phillies.com. Kids 14 and under will have a Schwarbomb on Saturday, June 14th, when they take home a Toyota Kyle Schwarber Card Show Bobble as the Phillies take on the Blue Jays at 4:05. Grab tickets now at Phillies.com.
I'm fixing to tell you something that the insurance industry does not want you to ever hear. Bullies often delay and deny. I see them sitting on premiums paid and making money and dragging it out for as long as they can. Many times, we're forced to take them to court. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Their high-paid lobbyists are on a mission to make sure that at trial, jurors are not allowed to learn that the at-fault party has insurance, and in some cases, lots of it. I can think of no case in all my years where there was no insurance for the at-fault party. So let's fight back. It's all these bullies understand. Tell everybody you know the truth. If you've been injured in a car crash or hurt at a store or business, visit forthepeople.com. We're here 24/7. It's that easy. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, 2005 Market Street, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go. Live on this Thursday, May 29th. It is indeed Kayal and Company. Right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app. And, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure over on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210. That is the phone number on social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stenzelin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Omquist, Jimmy Kelly, our associate producers. It is a Thursday. Special guest today, as we will be joined by a man with, by my math, 3 jobs. He is the host of Fox Across America. He is the host Saturday night on Fox News. And you hear him weeknights at 7, right after Zioli, right here on 1210 WPHT. Our boy Jimmy Faila is going to join us at 7:45 for the cut sheet. Of all things.
Hi, everybody.
Hey, Bobby. Good morning, Dawn. How are you?
Good morning. Happy Thursday.
Happy Thursday. By the way, the weather sucks again. I will be handling the weather, and I have nothing to do with the weather.
We're blaming you, though. We got to blame the weatherman.
The amount of X posts, ever since you started doing the weather, Kayal, it's been Seattle around here. Gregory.
You're the rainmaker.
I'm going to make it rain, Greg.
Make it rain. Yeah, Jimmy Faila is using us because, no, I'm just kidding. He's promoting. He has a...
Does he have a book, too?
No, he has a show. He has a comedy show coming up in Pottstown, Pennsylvania on August 9th.
Hey.
And I need everybody who's listening right now to log on and buy tickets right now so we can sell it out for him. Jimmy Faila coming up at 7:45. 7:40-ish.
Not too often the stars of Fox News come to Montgomery County.
It's true.
But Jimmy Faila will do that.
Yep.
Just about 2 months from now.
We got about Zioli.
No, Zioli doesn't even come into the city, into the studio. There's no way he's going to Montgomery County. There's no shot. We got a lot to get to today. Waging war within, the theme of the big take, both Democrat and Republican side of the aisle. Also, with Doge and Elon Musk set to at least expire for the 130 days that he was supposed to be involved, are we down to in Marjorie Taylor Greene we trust? We'll talk about that. Also, Mike Johnson, his thoughts, the vote for Doge coming up next week. And one thing I like about Bobby Kennedy, and then one thing I have to criticize him about.
Hi, everybody.
We'll get to you, Bobby. Hang tight. It's not your segment yet. Plus, Gen Z. They don't get laid. They don't drink. They don't know how to adult. But at least Gen Z men know to vote for Trump. We'll talk about that a little bit later as well. And the cut sheet is loaded. Cash Patel last night with Brett Baer. I believe his other partner in crime, his number 2, Bongino, will be on Fox and Friends this morning.
God.
So you know, Kill Meat will hit him with all the fastballs.
Epstein definitely killed himself. Don't worry, he definitely killed himself.
But we are all in on January 6 pipe bombs.
Nobody asks the follow-up question. Was he assisted? Was he helped? Why doesn't Brett Baer, why didn't you ask that question? Just listen to Kayal and Company. We could have told you that that's the follow-up question.
Dawn Stenzelin will be launching another J101 school as an adjunct. First person to sign up for class, Brett Baer. We'll talk about it. And also, yesterday we had a conversation on excessive overkill of graduations. I had to attend a school play last night.
Oh,
nice.
So you know what we're going to talk about later if we have time. If we have time. We have a lot to get to. A lot. So let's get down to business.
I was just going to say, there is so much local news happening.
Yeah.
What is happening in Philadelphia,
Dawn
Stenzelin?
Yeah.
This is crazy.
I know. We should all do like a 7-hour show today just to get through everything that we have on our respective show sheets. Even if I have to spend 90 seconds on all of them, I have to at least say one thing on everything that we have.
And, by the way, we will be, details coming soon, but we will announce next Friday we will be out and about in the community, out and about.
Ooh. Out and about?
Out and about in the community.
Live show and for a good cause.
Doing something for a good cause, and we need everybody to show up.
Cool.
We'll talk about that coming up soon, too.
All right. Let's get down to business. 6:04, round number 1 of the news. The great Dawn Stenzelin.
Good morning. This Thursday morning, we are at 57-ish degrees, warming up to 75. Spitting rain out there, a lot of fender benders and accidents, so be safe as you drive in this Thursday, May the 29th. Philadelphia police looking for whoever may be responsible for shooting at a driver more than 30 times in a hotel parking lot on Philadelphia's main line. So this shooting happened just around dinner time last night, Courtyard Marriott, which is 4100 block of Presidential Boulevard. This is Winfield Heights. So investigators say they found 40 spent shell casings from a semi-automatic weapon or weapons. So we don't have the word, was it one shooter or two? But police say initially when they got there, they see this GMC Yukon riddled by gunfire, fleeing the hotel parking lot. Police follow that car. It heads north on City Ave until it gets to the on-ramp to I-76 West.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that's when they say it rear ends this Mercedes-Benz heading in the same direction. 2 people in that Mercedes in their 40s taken to the hospital. They're in stable condition. They're going to be okay. As for the driver of that GMC, police say it's a 26-year-old suffered a graze wound to his abdomen. And so, Philadelphia police saying this guy is so lucky because the vehicle was, he was in this large GMC Yukon, hit over 30 times by gunfire.
We have a video of the
unbelievable, not bulletproof.
Yeah.
We're on City Avenue, right under 76.
This is Steve Keeley, Fox
former
29.
colleague, Stevie,
was hit with over 30 shots, point blank, at the driver.
It's an execution.
A 26-year-old man who's already treated and released from the hospital at Lankenau, grazed in the hip. these gunmen fired over 40 shots in the Marriott parking lot. Look at all the bullet holes all around where the driver was.
Wow, look at that.
Somehow, all these shots go through the metal, through the door, through the driver's side door. Look at all these shots through the windshield. And only one of these shots grazes the 26-year-old man driving this car.
All right, stop that. 1 for 30? I mean, I know we have some bad shooters in this city, but my God.
So let me ask you guys this question.
Like a spray.
Let me ask you guys this question: the guy a bad shot, or is a Denali like a tank?
His Denali looks like Denzel's Cadillac at the end of Training Day when the Russians whack him. Oh my God,
it's crazy.
He's grateful to be alive.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT if you want to see the video that we just played.
And this is over where the radio stations used to be 15, 20 years ago. This doesn't happen that way, right?
Yeah, city out kind of toward like Presidential Boulevard, like toward NBC 10.
Yeah.
I think where it is on the Montgomery County side.
Yeah. Know it well. Used to go down that way every way to get back on the Schuylkill to head back home.
So we don't know. In other words, is the 26-year-old, he's clearly the intended target, by the way, treated and released from Lankenau already this morning. But is the 26-year-old either the intended target for some other reason, or is this an attempt, right? Or is this an attempted carjacking, let's say, and then they get mad because he speeds off and they just spray the bullets at him?
Or did he try to skip out on his tab at TGI Fridays? Where's Iverson?
I know.
By the way, another video from Steve Keeley. This is one of the police chiefs talking about the incident. Roll this.
Looking at that Denali and all those bullets around that driver's head, body, and everything. Hard to believe he's even alive.
It's amazing. The vehicle that he was in was struck over 30 times by gunfire in the front windshield and the driver door area. So all these bullets more than likely passed through him within inches or less, and he has one graze wound to his abdomen. But this all started just before 6 p.m., still rush hour. 19th District Police get a couple calls for reports of gunshots at City Line and Presidential Boulevard. When police get there, they see this GMC Denali pulling out of the Marriott parking lot at a high rate of speed. They follow that vehicle northbound on City Line Avenue, and when it's about to get on to the on-ramp for westbound 76, that's where the vehicle rear ends a Mercedes SUV, causing that Mercedes to lose control and jump the barrier. And police were able to take the 26-year-old driver out of the Yukon and rush him to Lankenau Hospital. He is extremely lucky. He has one graze wound to his abdomen. He's already been treated and released from Lankenau Hospital.
Now, if you notice, there's that, of course, is Chief Inspector Scott Small. And if you notice behind him, the big letters, big yellow letters, City Ave.
Yes.
But he accidentally said City Line.
Uh-oh.
Oh, boy.
And
Firing squad.
Please don't give him the spanking machine because, if you say City Ave, it removes the line or any crime or, anything of that nature.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So there's that.
Boy, that guy hit the Powerball, did he not?
Well, they're hoping he'll talk since he was treated and released, if he knows.
Is there a description of the shooter?
No description, nothing to see here.
Gotcha. Yeah. Just a normal everyday guy empties 40 rounds into a car. Nobody see nothing.
Yeah. I mean, Greg and Nick, come on, you get not for nothing, but you go to spray a bullets every other
God.
day, right? That's
wow.
Man. Not exactly a high crime area over there. Well, at least right by that, if you go up a little further on City Line Avenue.
After further review, I think the GMC might be safer and cheaper than the Golden Dome to protect America. Have to rebalance the defense budget here.
So we do have most now. So we don't have that most wanted gunman who sprayed the bullets at the Yukon there. We still don't have a description or suspects in custody from the mass shooting that happened just Monday, Memorial Day, killing 2 and injuring 9 others. But took 6 years, but they got a most wanted murder fugitive, 26-year-old Kari Murphy, who has been evading law enforcement for, more than 6 years, according to police. So today, this is U.S. Marshals Service from Philadelphia, arresting this guy on the 4300 block of Ridge Road. This is Trainer, Pennsylvania. He was wanted by Philadelphia police for allegedly fatally shooting a 32-year-old man back in the day, 2600 block of North Chadwick Street, and that was way back on September 14th, 2018. So they got this guy in custody.
Good. Eventually, the law catches up to you. You can run, but you can't hide, pal.
So we have many most wanteds, I suppose, on the streets just from this week's violent crimes, but they were able to get this guy. And speaking of follow-up stories, you'll remember this story when I say it. This was a man who gunned down members of his own family. This is Bucks County, pleading guilty in court to 3 counts of first-degree murder. Andre Gordon, he entered that guilty plea at the Bucks County, the Justice Center there yesterday, sentenced to 3 life sentences in prison without the possibility of parole. So you may wonder, why did the DA, Jennifer Shorn, why did she go for this as far as 3 life sentences? Because the fear sometimes is moving forward, they change laws or they change parole laws. And so by sentencing the 3 life sentences without parole, without the possibility, they want to ensure that this guy dies behind bars for this heinous crime. And that's why they did that, because we've seen that over the years. You know, just ask Maureen Faulkner, for example, and then you go through all the appeals. In this case, this was Gordon. He confessed to the murder of his stepmother, 52-year-old Karen Gordon, his 13-year-old half-sister, Kara Gordon, 25-year-old Taylor Daniel, whom he had 2 daughters, or has 2 daughters with, and she was then killed as the 2 little girls hid under the covers about a foot away as their mommy was murdered. They played, it was very emotional in court. They played all of the 911 calls and different audio, just really a devastating situation with the impact, the victim impact statements, even the children's written word from their interviews, from their counselors. So Karen Gordon's brother, Joshua, speaking out in court, Joshua Daly, describing his sister, one of the murder victims, as an Army veteran, mom, sister, and wife. So Gordon not saying anything before he was sentenced. But this crime spree, if you remember this, there were multiple locations. He carjacked a woman in Trenton, New Jersey, used her car to travel to Bucks County. If you remember this, there were multiple points as he was on this murder spree, and they finally caught up with him after an hours-long standoff at a home in the city where Gordon was hiding at that point. So it was a consuming day back then with many victims. It's just a real tragedy.
Firing squad. Unfortunately, it'll be life, but firing squad.
So I wanted to bring forth a little bit of good news, and I'm doing all local because there's so much local. There's a ton of national too. But in this one, we've talked a lot about that 4th of July parade, celebrating, of course, our nation's freedom. In White Marsh Township, it's back on.
Oh!
Wow.
Yeah.
See what the power of 1210 can do.
Here it is.
Yeah, the guy.
So just to review, Board of Supervisors voting to cancel the 70-year-old tradition, which the township had said they had to pay for about $250,000 for security. They were worried about that. There was a community meeting. We reported all of this step by step. The community very upset about this because there was not any specific threat. It was just the fear that because of all of the violence we've seen around the nation and so on, they were worried they couldn't afford the enhanced security. But they came back with an enhanced security plan that they're working on, and they're doing this over the next couple of weeks to make sure that they can keep the 4th of July parade as safe as possible. It's Montgomery County, White Marsh Township.
Oh, good. Maybe now more than the Curve, the website can write an apology about the hit piece they wrote about me.
Yes.
This guy's on there bloviating, saying it has to do with anti-Semitism. Okay.
It's back on.
Good.
I think it was widely just people were going, what? And there was no direct threat, so they did apologize, and so it's back on.
Good. Thank God.
That's the good news.
The power of this radio station.
Woohoo!
And you people who listen that voiced your displeasure about this. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, so we have that going on. We have a lot moving on, but I'll just say this. I know this is news you can use. If you go to any state level park or any state building, I just want you to know there's a new initiative to provide free menstrual products in our 68 state parks across the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
God. For men and women or just women?
Well, to her credit, First Lady Lori Shapiro did say that girls and ladies, you go to a state park and, maybe you get a little surprise situation there, and so you shouldn't have to cancel your trip to the park.
Good.
So they do want to provide these services.
There you go.
So we got that going for us.
Take care of the women.
Which is nice. They didn't say like periods for people.
Period people.
So we got that going on. And it's as we lead to weather with Nick Kayal, doubleheader because, of course, Phil's canceled because of the rain yesterday, doubleheader today, and Bryce Harper with that not broken bone on the elbow, but I imagine a pretty nasty bruise. But will they get the game in, Nick Kayal?
Yeah, 57 degrees today, Dawn, with showers tapering off. I have nothing to do with the weather. I just read it. A high of 75 today. And it's sponsored by MTRule.com, your Generac generator experts. That's MTRUHL.com.
Doubleheader today, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Thank you.
Yep.
Sorry.
A little bit of, might be some sprinkles, like some scattered storms on Friday and Saturday, but still some sun and some nice weather. By the way, we're going up to like 82 on Monday, 85 the middle of next week.
Beautiful. That's what we need.
The heat is on.
Come on.
It's time to dry out, baby.
Yeah.
All right, Kayal and Company, the big take is coming up next here on a Thursday morning on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Something amazing is happening in business. More companies are turning to Mac. From finance to fulfillment, CDW will seamlessly support Mac integration into your organization. With the power of Apple Silicon, best-in-class security, and compatibility across your favorite apps, your team will have the performance they need and the tools they love. Make amazing happen. Mac and CDW. Learn more at cdw.com/Apple.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Attention, future home sellers. You planning to sell your home? The housing market is changing fast, not what it used to be. That's why we have Diane Cardano from Cardano Realtors. Learn how to stay ahead of this shifting real estate market and increase the value of your home at her next home seller seminar. Enjoy a glass of wine and hors d'oeuvres on Wednesday evening, June 11th at the Hilton Garden Inn in Fort Washington. I'll be there too, and Diane will show everyone how to tackle today's uncertain market with rising inventory, fluctuating interest rates, low-cost ways to stage your home and meet modern buyer demands, and Diane will share insider strategies that helps homes sell faster and for more money. You can even get a copy of her new book, Model Home Mindset. Diane always says, do your research, get prepared when you're selling your home. The last thing you want to do is just wing it. RSVP now. Call 215-576-8666 or go to 215-576-8666.com. Schedule an appointment to talk with Diane at dianescalendar.com.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Does your home never seem to have enough hot water? With a Bradford White Infinity Tankless Water Heater, you'll never run out. The Infinity Tankless heats as much water as you need, whenever you need it. Plus, they're super efficient to save you energy and money. And like all Bradford White water heaters, they're built to be the best for years of reliable performance. So ask your plumbing professional about going tankless with a Bradford White Infinity Series Tankless Water Heater. Visit BradfordWhite.com today to learn more.
Deanna got some really bad news from the IRS.
They said you owe quite a bit of money. They told me the possibilities of garnishing my wages, taking my house, taking my car.
Deanna found out about Optima Tax Relief. They've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax saved my life.
Call Optima now for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
For details, visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Career changers, including veterans and active duty service members. Your transition starts here. Go from GI to IT in a matter of months. Become a certified cyber warrior with training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, offering IT pros great opportunities and a rewarding lifestyle while protecting our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. Deploy your career in IT today. Learn more at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. SkillBridge and other VA benefits are available to those who qualify.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
At Citizens, we know when you're into something, you seek out advice. We all do. When you're into fitness, you got a trainer.
Another 12 reps. Let's go.
Wellness, a meditation expert.
And breathe.
And a stylist when you realize fuchsia wasn't your color.
That's so you.
So, what about advice for your money? From making a plan to reaching your goals, Citizens has the guidance you've been looking for all along. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at your local branch or online at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
For governor, Jack Ciattarelli has President Trump's complete and total endorsement.
This is Jack Ciattarelli. Just like President Trump is taking on the status quo in Washington, when I'm governor, we're going to do the same in New Jersey. I'll end Murphy's Sanctuary State for illegals, stop overdevelopment in our suburbs, cap property taxes, and instead of worrying about kids' pronouns, we'll get back to teaching the basics in our schools.
Jack Ciattarelli, President Trump's only endorsed candidate for governor. Paid for by Ciattarelli for Governor Inc., P.O. Box 225, Annandale, New Jersey.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Oh, yeah, Kayal and Company, 624 as we continue here on a Thursday morning. Jimmy Faila is coming up at 7:45. And also still ahead this morning, a big announcement as to where we will be broadcasting live from next Friday. But right now, let's get to a Thursday Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
The Big Take, waging war within. No matter which way you look, we have battles in every direction. Trump v. the media, Trump v. Harvard, Trump v. judges. Our involvement in settling the Middle East and Russia, Ukraine. AOC wants to abolish ICE. On and on and on we go. But the two most important battles going on right now are how Democrats are devouring their own and how the swamp is trying to save their slush funds after talking a good game about the concept of Doge and Elon Musk's work on exposing waste, fraud, and abuse. Both parties waging war within. Now, 2025 may seem like an off year, but it's not. New Jersey will be electing a new governor. Maybe it goes red. Virginia electing a new governor. It appears and likely it'll go blue. But what you get accomplished in 2025 will ultimately impact how the 2026 midterms play out next fall, which is only 16 months away, and it'll be here before you know it. We start with the Democrats. We'll get to the Republicans coming up in about 10 minutes. But I've said it for years on this show, when push comes to shove, the left will eat their own. From Jake Tapper to Joe Scarborough to Pete Buttigieg to even DNC Vice Chair David Hogg, and we have all of the receipts. And this is what happens when you fail miserably. This is the culmination of a multi-year grift. This has gone from a search and rescue mission to a recovery mission in the category of credibility. Let's start with Jake Tapper of CNN, who has gone from promoting his book to calling the Biden cover-up worse than Watergate to now actually sounding like a host on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Listen and watch this.
I went on a left-leaning podcast that shall remain nameless, and we were talking about my kids because I think they were both people without kids. And they asked me about my son, and I said he was, he's a football player and he wants to be a policeman. And their joke was about my 15-year-old son. Oh, how does he feel about minorities? Like the idea that he wants to be a policeman, therefore he's racist, my son. And that was the big laugh. And then I got dragged in the comments and all that stuff. And I thought to myself, this is why you are losing elections.
100%.
Like my football playing son, who has no political views. He's 15. He thinks about World War II and gaming and playing linebacker. That's his world. You're deciding he's a racist because he wants to be a cop. And why does he want to be a cop? He wants to be a cop because he wants to help people, and he thinks that's the best way he can help people. And that's how the Democratic Party talks to men, not just white men, but men. And I get the idea that they thought Tim Walz could what's the term he used, code switch or something. He thought that he could translate the Democratic Party values because he hunts and fishes and owns a gun and was in the army and drinks a beer. I mean, at least there was an attempt, but I find it just insane.
Hey, Jakey, welcome to the world the rest of us have been living in. Sucks, doesn't it? But let's zero in on what Jake said about how Democrats talk to men. We gave you the story on Monday about Democrats spending $20 million to connect with young men. That article was written in the New York Times. Now the Washington Post with this column. Headline, quote, Democratic troubles revive debate over left-wing buzzwords. I love buzzwords. They write, from intersectionality to equity, many say their jargon is alienating voters, but progressives say inclusive language is vital, end quote. They still don't get it, do they? Nope, they don't. And hopefully, they never will. Even Morning Schmo of MSNBC is pointing out the failures of left-wing groupthink and how it backfires come election time. Listen and watch this.
Now we talk about why the left may be adrift and at loss. The other side of that is the intellectual laziness that that occurs every time you open your mouth and they all agree with you. Yeah. And you're part of groupthink. So you never have to defend your ideas. So when you go out and run a campaign and you think everybody's going to agree with you, it's just the opposite. You never had to be on your toes before intellectually, and now you do.
How about that from Morning Joe? If you're a Trump supporter and you're encouraged by Gen Z males voting Trump, you'll love this column from New York Magazine. Headline, are Gen Z Republicans a blip or a trend? Ed Kilgore wrote the following, quote, as more definitive data about the 2024 election results has emerged, many of the trends identified by exit polls and other polling around Election Day are being confirmed. The big development was a Republican trend among young voters and non-white voters. Considerable confidence that the future belonged to them. Now, not so much, end quote. So why is this occurring? Well, many reasons. But being talked down to is always a recipe to lose people in any endeavor, much less politics, when you're seeking their vote. Even Mayor Pete is slaying his past colleagues in this administration. Listen and watch this.
Look, I mean, there's, Democrats have created this impression, I think partly because of the way we feel and talk about Trump, have created this impression that translates into the way we feel and talk about people who supported him. And that's the thing that I think really is a cultural struggle in our party. There's this sense of condescension. I mean, if I hear one more time, like, a a well-off liberal doctor or lawyer saying, that quote unquote, these folks are voting against their economic interests. I just wonder whether they ever contemplated the fact that somebody could turn around and say, so are you. There's a condescension that is imputed to Democrats that I think we really need to deal with. So much of politics is not just how you make people feel, but how you make people feel about themselves. And so much of what they think of you comes down to what they think you think of them. And largely because of our very justified horror at the abuses of Donald Trump as a candidate and as a president, we've said and done things that make voters feel like we're talking about them when we're talking about him.
Probably not the smartest strategic move to call 62 plus million people deplorables. Tapper, Scarborough, even Pete, they are the past. No longer in their media primes, no longer in office. But David Hogg, he is. And it's laughable, in my opinion, that the DNC thinks that this guy will advise the Democrats on how to have success in future elections. And after being outed by his own party for not following the DEI initiatives during the selection process and what it requires, he's now spilling the beans to Project Veritas. Except he didn't know it. Here we go as Hogg gets O'Keefed. Listen and watch.
Yes, nice to meet you. Yeah. Off the record, of course. Foundational question for me is how corrupt is the DNC if so many people knew, or few people knew about Biden? Well, the president of the United States.
I mean, I think the fact of the matter is the DNC is always going to be a campaign arm of the president, ultimately. The bigger issue was the inner circle that was around Biden. That's it.
And I can't stress to you enough.
Joe Biden's chief of staff, had an enormous amount of power.
Joe Biden?
Joe Biden's chief of staff.
That was an open secret at that point. I would avoid him. He was scary. What was his name? Anthony Trump. I've never seen him. Exactly. What do you mean? He's just he's a shadowy, Wizard of Oz type figure. That's what made him so I knew how he looked, but the general public wouldn't know how this man looked. But he wielded an enormous amount of power, and I can't stress to you how much power he had at the White House.
Perhaps the power of the auto pen. Sounds deep state-ish, does it not? We'll get to the Republican Party coming up next as MAGA Mike and Musk appear to be ready to square off over next week's Doge Cuts vote. But right now, the Democrat Party is in shambles. The blame game is being played, pointing fingers, the lies, the deceit, the lack of transparency, being shown the light, which is the ultimate disinfectant. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, big take. If you want to jump in, 855-839-1210 on social media at 1210WPHT. And, of course, you can let it rip in the YouTube chat, youtube.com/at1210WPHT. Hit the like and subscribe buttons while you are there. We'll get to the Doge vote coming up next week in a few minutes. But first, get Dawn's thoughts. I'll tell you, Dawn, it seems like the Democrats right now are scurrying like rats off the deck as the Titanic has hit an iceberg and it's about to capsize. Reminds me of the husband from the Titanic. Remember when he was trying to jump in the boat and he was going to go around and avert the kids? Women and children first. And Billy Zane wanted to get on to save his own life. It's no longer a search and rescue now. It's a recovery mission.
Yeah, here's the thing with Jake Tapper. Jake Tapper should thank President Trump for winning and thank all of us for voting him in, for most of the country for voting him in, because Jake Tapper never would have admitted what he admitted had his side that he was, I think, complicit in, had the Democrats won the White House.
Of course, none of this is going on if Kamala's in the White House today.
So he would never have admitted what he just admitted and had that moment, that revelation about his son. So I have no real sympathy. It's oh, so now you're admitting this and maybe you're trying to sound sympathetic, but where were these words and where was this attitude, prior to last November, Jake?
Mm-hmm.
So I would say that. As far as Pete Buttigieg, he is wrong. He has it backwards. as far as Trump, it's exactly the opposite of what he said. So in other words, it's for me, when I look at what he's saying, no, Trump is a reaction to everything. It's not a cause and effect. And so that's what they don't get it. They don't understand it, that with Trump, he was the answer to all of this. And putting down men, putting down, working people, all of this has been going on for years and years and years, this buildup. And so those 18 to 29-year-olds, and that's what everybody's freaked out about as far as the Democrats, the latest, that Catalyst study that we talked about, that these 18 to 29-year-olds, think about what's going on in their lifetime. They were the boys when they were in 3rd, 4th, 5th grade, right, middle school, and they were part of, impacted by the pandemic, depending on where you were. Schools shut down. But even before the pandemic, they were the boys, the now 18 to 29-year-olds, who were told to apologize for being male.
Yeah.
Since they were little kids.
Hey, Jake Tapper goes on that left-leaning podcast that he says will remain unnamed, and they ask him about his 15-year-old boy. He says, yeah, I'm a linebacker. I play high school football. He's probably a freshman in high school. He wants to be a cop. And the snarky response, according to Jake Tapper, is, oh, so what is your son's thoughts on minorities? What, because you want to be a cop, you're racist? That's the mindset right there and the attitude that has made this toxic level of anti-male verbiage from the Democrats. And by the way, if you think Mayor Pete growing a beard is going to appeal to the side of politics and the demographic that you have denigrated for a decade, you don't know your ass from your elbow. Mayor Pete doesn't resonate with any dudes that you disparage. Not at all. So they can keep trotting him out all they want. And news for you, growing a beard ain't going to change who you are.
Well, and was it the Prof G pod? That was the podcast?
I don't know.
He was on a couple podcasts. But the dopes on the podcast, and I think they're white guys, it's like, dude, do you even understand that if you're a teenager and you're playing on a football team, you're playing on a team that's like your teammates who you spend basically 7 days a week with are very diverse.
Yes, football players in the locker room are not calculating the diversity of the roster.
Well, no, they're not all white guys.
Correct.
Right?
And they don't care.
At least 50%. I mean, I know because I have football players. Like, they're at least 50% African-American, no matter where.
Yep.
If it's the most elite private school or it's the public school, whatever that looks like. So it's like, these guys are idiots.
Mm-hmm. Stalker, you were going to say?
Well, I was going to say this about Jake Tapper. He went on Stephen A. Smith and asked, since we're talking about it, I want to play this. This is 28, Phil. He asked him about cashing in on his book after he actively participated in the cover-up of Biden's decline. Jake Tapper didn't have the best answer. Okay, roll this.
In terms of the left, it's a money grab. I mean, that's not the case. It's not. This is. I don't want to get into where my money comes from, but I'm. CNN is my main job, and that's where my main source of income by far. Very few people write books to make money. You write a book because you want to say something, you want to have a legacy, you want to uncover something, you have a message you want to get out there. I don't think people write books about Joe Biden to make money. We are gratified that people are buying this book.
That's a good point.
But I don't think.
No,
I mean, the idea that I would do this for money.
No, it's not.
Is it's silly and not true.
It's silly.
So Jake, you're writing a book about your legacy. Your legacy is shot, and you're saying you want to uncover things. All you did was cover up the biggest story of that administration. And by the way, people don't write books. Well, according to Bernie Sanders,
I was just going to say that.
So we're on the same wavelength.
Yes.
Oh, I can afford 4 houses because I've had successful books.
And by the way, the advance that these two probably got for inside dirt on the Biden administration is I can't imagine what the advance was.
Probably trumps whatever you get from people that purchase it through Amazon or a bookstore, right?
But again, it's probably more than Alex Thompson or whatever the hell that guy's name is from Axios.
Who doesn't speak?
Has ever seen. But for Jake Tapper, who's making, what do you think, Dawn, $8 million a year?
Mm-hmm.
it probably is a drop in the bucket.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Kids' college tuition.
Exactly. So maybe I'm just spitballing numbers here, but maybe the $1 million or $2 million that they got for writing this book is not a lot to Jake Tapper, but that's a big number.
Yep.
That's a big number.
Yes, right.
It's a big number because his contract's probably not going to be renewed, or if it is,
not at that rate of $8
he's not
million.
going to make nobody is getting big raises, especially in national television, which is why they're all leaving. Like Lester Holt, Hoda Kotb, they're just waiting for their contracts to come up.
Mm-hmm. 855-839-1210. Coming up next, the White House is sending the $9.4 billion DOJ cuts package to Congress next week. How will it play out? We'll talk about it next here on Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
First, I got to talk about my friends from Piazza Auto Group. You know, summer's right around the corner. Maybe you're planning that summer road trip. And when we think about Piazza Auto Group, you know, my friends at Piazza Auto Group, they're the best. I'm reporting now from the Piazza Premium and Piazza Auto Group studios. You've heard me talk about the extensive crossover and SUV lineup available at Piazza Mazda. Well, right now, they're offering 1.9% financing on the capable CX-50, the 3-row CX-90, and the CX-70, which is a plug-in hybrid. The sleek Mazda CX-5 and the sporty CX-30, they're available at 2.9%, all for 36 months. So just shop with confidence at Piazza Mazda, either in Westchester or Reading, as current inventory, of course, is unaffected by any kind of new tariffs. Visit PiazzaMazda.com today, Piazza, PiazzaMazda.com. Do this today. Tell them Dawn sent you.
I want to learn how to cook, but I keep ordering takeout.
I plan to rearrange my closet, but I stopped after picking the clothes up off the floor.
Accomplishing goals is hard, but when your goal is to learn a new language, Babbel makes it easy. In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel's award-winning language learning app will help you start speaking another language. Start having conversations in as little as 3 weeks.
Comment tu t'appelles? Comment tu t'appelles? Vous êtes où?
Vous êtes où?
Babbel's bite-sized lessons make it easy to learn words and phrases you'll actually use. So when someone asks,
"How's your French going?"
you can say,
Babbel est amusant et facilite grandement l'apprentissage d'une nouvelle langue. Et cela ne prend que 15 minutes par jour.
when you want to really learn another language, it starts with Babbel. Babbel, language for life, celebrating over 16 million subscriptions sold. Now save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Hi, it's Rich Zioli. I'm joined here today by my friend, the co-president and CEO of Cooper University Healthcare, the one and only Dr. Anthony Mazzarelli. Dr. Maz and I are here to tell you about our buddy, Dr. Mike Veneria. Not only is he my dentist, he's my family's dentist as well. And not sure if you knew this, he's Dr. Maz's dentist too.
That's right, Rich. Dr. Mike Veneria is and has been my dentist also. And, you know, doctors choosing doctors, that can be quite a selective process. And not only do I go to them, but for years, my sister and my niece and my nephew, the whole family goes.
Well, it's no secret. We're all delighted by the care that Dr. Mike Veneria and his award-winning team provide, and you need to check him out.
Whether you're looking for pediatric, general, cosmetic, implant dentistry, you don't need to look any further. Dr. Veneria's office does everything. Dr. Veneria's office also exceeds all CDC guidelines and has always maintained the strictest infection control, like their centralized UV sterilization of airflow, which is incredibly important to me.
Locations are right over the bridge in Cinnaminson and Woodbury. Your perfect smile's waiting. Call 856-786-2020 or visit veneriadental.com.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC. NPN number 2083768.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Drive in with Kayal and Company mornings 6 till 10. Drive home with Rich Zioli afternoons 3 till 7. Live and local on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
See what the power of 1210 can do. That's right, baby. 1210 WPHT, it's Kayal and Company. It is a Thursday morning. 1 hour from now, Jimmy Faila. You hear him weeknights here on Talk Radio 1210. You hear him nationally on Fox Across America. You watch him on Saturday nights on Fox News. He'll be coming to Pottstown, August 9th.
Pottstown, Pennsylvania. Come
Hey.
on.
Pottstown.
Pottstown. I like Pottstown. Nice golf courses out that way. 855-839-1210 is the phone number. So I think this is a very big story, and we're going to see how it plays out next week as the White House is sending the DOJ cuts package of $9.4 billion to Congress next week. The proposal is called a recessions package, a vehicle for the president to block funds that were already allocated by Congress in its yearly appropriations process. Once transmitted to Capitol Hill, lawmakers will have 45 days to take it up before it is voided. And it could be in Marjorie Taylor Greene we trust. We all know, if you listen to this show, I have a love-hate relationship with Marjorie Taylor Greene. I love her policies. Her and I agree on almost everything policy-wise. I just think she's a bit of an attention whore, and I don't like the way she goes about her business at times.
I would love if she just came here in person.
Power clean.
I wouldn't.
And you interviewed her
Yeah,
in
I wouldn't.
person.
I wouldn't.
And I dare you to call her a attention
I would
whore.
never do that.
Because she would
Never do that in
clean
person.
you up
Yeah, we
with
have-
the floor.
You're
we
right.
have we have radio muscles.
I'm a radio tough guy. I'm actually a
She'd be
jellyfish
like,
in real life, folks.
Nick, I
This
put up
mic
my.
is like steroids.
She'd be like, I put up my bar that I work out on, like my different acrobatic bars. I'm just
45
gonna
pound-
kick you in the head.
45-pound plates on each side of my garage in Rome, Georgia. They love me in Rome. That's my district.
I got a tight little body. I'm gonna kick you upside the head.
Does have a tight body.
does.
Something I do not. So
and she's a little loose with the morals too.
She is.
Right.
But I mean, she's had a lot of affairs.
Well, she has.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, who hasn't
I
in
didn't even-
Congress, right? That's like a prerequisite. But anywho, Marjorie Taylor Greene took to social media on Wednesday and said the following. Personally, I want to pass DOJ cuts every single week until the bloated budget out of control in government is reined back in. As a country, we cannot survive our national debt, and honestly, we may be past the point of return. We should be aggressively attacking our debt and aggressively cutting all waste, fraud, and abuse and unnecessary programs. Our future literally is in peril. And I've said this many times, you can't just keep kicking the can down the road. That's why we're in the predicament that we are in. And now, of course, Elon Musk is, his time is up with DOJ, which, by the way, I got to rip the AP. Ridiculous headline from them last night. Breaking news. Elon Musk leaves the Trump administration after turbulent effort to slash government. He had 130 days. If you look at a calendar, May 28th was the 130th day. Now, is there obviously a little bit of a rift between he and Trump on the vision of DOJ and some other things that are in the big, beautiful bill? Elon says, well, it can't be big and beautiful. It can't be both. It's got to be one or the other. Yes, I said that was going to happen. Eventually, they would butt heads. The bigger issue, I think, is the swamp rhinos in Congress and in the Senate that aren't going to go forward with what the American people have mandated. I think it was Harvard or the Harvard Caps poll, 73% of Americans want the cuts from Doge. So now you've got publications like Vanity Fair. Elon Musk is playing the blame game. And I want to throw this up, Phil. This is that Senate graphic I've referenced in the last 2 weeks. These are the Senate Republicans, 26, that voted against codifying Doge foreign aid spending cuts. You see all the pictures there. There's 26 of them in the graphic. The 10 most notable by name: Susan Collins, Lindsey Graham, Chuck Grassley, Mitch McConnell, Dave McCormick, Mark Wayne Mullen, Murkowski, Tim Scott, John Thune, Tillis, and a bunch of other bozos. So we're going to see how they vote next week. And this is one of those things where I'm going to keep track of every single name that votes against this. And all of these weasels, perhaps even ones that I voted for in this state of Pennsylvania, that are not on board with this. That are not on board with this. I just don't understand this. I don't understand why we have to keep, especially the ones on here. And off the top of my head, I can't recall how many are Trump endorsed. But I know McCormick is Trump endorsed. We want this. And now all of a sudden you get in there after you get the endorsement, after you said you're going to cut the waste, fraud, and abuse, and you're against it for some reason. I'd love to know the explanation.
Just curious, because Dave McCormick's been on this station a million times. Has anybody asked him about this?
I just had him on. I did not ask him because he was live from Saudi. No, I would have, but I had other pertinent, like, breaking news questions.
Did Zioli ask him about him? Because I know Zioli just had him on, too. Did Zioli ask about him? Did anybody ask?
I'll have him on again. We can have him on. You know, we can get him on. I'll ask him.
Okay.
He's on, like, a lot.
I mean, if I'm misunderstanding something in the bill and there's some stuff that is a red flag, I mean, honestly, nobody has really seen it. Even Marjorie Taylor Greene says she hasn't read it yet. It hasn't come across her desk. So I can't sit here and say that I'm more well-versed than any of these guys that have actually looked at it or contributed to it in any shape or form. But I just would like to know an explanation. And then I look at the calendar. Steve Scalise, the majority leader calendar for Congress, we're down to 26 days. These people, Phil, if you want to throw the graphic up, they only work 26 more days.
Oh, my God. Look at that schedule.
Well, this looks like our schedule, doesn't it?
Oh, my God. Can you imagine?
No.
Look at this schedule.
I want to point this out.
Fire all of them. Every single one of them.
$179,000 a year these people make.
14 days in June. Look at June. We're coming up on June. 14 days in June, 12 days in July, and they're off for August. Now, Stalker's off for August as well.
That's absolutely true.
but 26 days they work for the next 3 months. And if this bill doesn't get passed with Doge coming up and the budget doesn't get set, we're letting Democrats, I shouldn't say we, but I'm going to be pissed off because my party is letting the Democrats back in the game with big disastrous things on spending.
And by the way, guys, if you actually look at the days they're there, they're off Fridays. It is
every Friday.
Oh, it's just nauseating. These people.
This is why. What did Trump say? Was it July? I think he said by July 9th. I keep hearing that July, either before the 4th. No, it's going to be the 9th. But this is why they're giving those timelines. I also think with the Senate, there's a little bit of a snootiness in the Senate because they're more. You know, we're here for many years, and we're the smart elite ones.
You're right.
And so you plebs in the House, you know, every 2 years, and you're the little people, and then we get it, and we're the smarter people.
They're the tenured professors.
Exactly.
Yes.
So I do think there's a piece of that with the ego. I'm really serious here that they will definitely put their stamp on it. They will rewrite things, even with the big, beautiful bill, Doge, whatever that looks like. But they definitely, it won't look the same. They're going to debate it. I think they're going to pass all of it.
I hope so.
But I think that they will change it.
Just curious, what? Put that graphic up again, Phil. What happens in November that they work 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 days?
Huh?
Like why is November the big month that they're off?
They work those 3 days leading up to Election Day, or actually, Election Day is Tuesday, November 4th. So they'll work 2 days before, 2 days after. They get a full week off, come back for a 4-day week, and then they shut down for Thanksgiving.
They're criminals.
Yep.
They're just stealing our money.
Yep.
They're stealing our money.
And what a cop, the starting cop, you said the number yesterday.
64.
in Philadelphia.
Plus a $12,000 signing bonus.
So think about that. Philadelphia police and most law enforcement, and that's probably a lot. It's a big city like Philadelphia where you're basically getting shot at every other day.
Yeah.
$64K, and these doofuses
Make triple that.
It's insane.
Triple that.
Yes, Road Warrior. It does look like Rich Zioli's schedule.
Sean.
Part-time host,
Sid.
Rich Zioli. All right, we have to break.
All right, Kayal and Company news to kick off hour 2, and then we'll have some fun. We've got some Bobby Kennedy stories to get to on the Maha front, as well as I also have to call out RFK Jr. Dude, you've been censored and shut down more than anybody. Now you want to do it to somebody else? I got to call you out, bro. Back after this.
All right, man. I'm finally doing it. I'm proposing, but I need the perfect ring. Where do I go?
Dude, you need to go to Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square. They've got a fully stocked case for same-day pickup, or Paul Cozy can create a custom piece just for her. Plus, their diamonds are hand-set and hand-picked. Step up to the 5th C, bro. Color, cut, clarity, carat, and cozy.
I'm in. Found them. CozyJewelers.com. And they're Insta at Cozy Jewelers. This ring is going to be legendary.
Step up to the 5th C, Cozy Jewelers.
Does it seem like allergy season is always here? If you suffer, it sure does. Dr. Molly Fantasia and the medical team at Innovative Medical Associates can offer several remedies, especially if you're an allergy sufferer. Through the use of her unique hydration therapy protocols, Dr. Molly has helped many deal with the day-to-day frustrations in what seems like a forever allergy season. And then there are environmental issues. Many times, after going to medical professionals in several states, people have come to find relief thanks to Dr. Molly Fantasia and her medical staff, and we all know that there are many issues out there in the world. For more information, contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505. That's 856-489-0505. Or visit Innovative Medical Associates on their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com. And don't forget to listen to Dr. Molly Fantasia on the program Health Watch, heard every Sunday live from 8 to 9 a.m. and again from 4 to 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Fargo is only available on the smartphone versions of the Wells Fargo mobile app. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED, because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds, through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/radio, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs, with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Here's a few questions for you from California Psychics. Do your workdays seem to go on forever? Is your career progression as fast as downtown traffic? Or does your boss still not know your name?
Hey, you, Tina, Lisa, Sheila, whatever. Get that report to me by lunch, okay? It's Carrie, ma'am. Just get it done, Terry.
It's time to read the career warning signs and talk to California Psychics. We're always on hand to give you the career guidance you need. You see, we only connect you with the very best. In fact, 98% of the psychics who apply to work with us don't make the grade. That's why we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. So you could soon be telling your boss where to stick that report.
Where are you going, Terry? Terry!
Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics. Call
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Yo, it's Coop. Now at Verizon, they're locking in low prices for 3 years, guaranteed on my plan. And you can get a single line for just $45 a month when you switch and you bring your phone. That's their best price ever on unlimited welcome with auto pay, plus taxes and fees. Guaranteed for 3 years because at Verizon, they got you. Visit your local Verizon store today.
$20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to tell you about a full-day event we're having on Saturday, June 14th. Not only will you learn stock options and real estate, but you'll also learn asset protection, you'll learn how life insurance really works, and so much more. To sign up for this event, go to 4mmw.com. That's the number 4mmw.com. And I'll tell you what, if you put in the coupon code WPHT, you're going to get a free ticket. That's it, 4mmw.com, coupon code WPHT.
From North Wales to Willingboro, we know your favorite stations, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Standing oh so near, I kinda lose my mind.
7:02, hour number 2, underway here on a Thursday morning. Our boy Jimmy Faila coming up 7:45 for the cut sheet. Everybody wants in on the old cut sheet. Love it. Big event. We told you about it in the first hour, and now the details. We are proud to announce the return of 1210 WPHT's Piazza Pet of the Month.
Wow.
Woo-hoo! Yes. Our partnership with our friends from the Piazza Auto Group in support of the Brandywine Valley SPCA.
Oh, that's a great organization.
Yes. Yeah, baby. And we're going to be kicking it all off next Friday, June 6th, live broadcast from Mercedes-Benz of Westchester. We were just out there around Christmas, part of the Piazza Premium Automobiles family. Every month, Dawn will be featuring a few pets available for adoption. And then Dawn will be there from 10 to 12 doing her show and have dogs on hand for adoption. Oh. Dawn and the doggies.
So, all right. So this is what we're gonna do because the copy's written poorly. This is what we're gonna do. We're gonna be broadcasting live from 6 to 10. Okay, and
6 to noon technically.
Well,
right?
hang on, sweetie.
Oh.
Let's
Okay.
just let the
I'm sorry,
let
me finish.
Let's
would
let
you?
this play out. Nobody's forgetting you. My Lord. 6 to 10 we'll be broadcasting live. Come out. We'll have coffee and stuff. And bring your pets out with you.
I see donuts on the copy.
Donuts, okay.
I saw the donut word.
All right, donuts, coffee and donuts. Come out, watch the live broadcast from 6 to 10. Bring your pet out. You can take pictures. We'll have a whole thing up there. And then from noon to 12, so we'll technically be there from 6 a.m. to noon. Noon to...
Are you guys going to leave at
10 to noon. I can't leave.
Greg and Nichols stay,
I
won't
can't
you?
leave.
Dawn, I have a scheduled nap that day. Usually 11:40.
But Dawn will be, yeah, we're going to need all hands on deck because Dawn is going to be trying to get some pets adopted from the lovely Brandywine Valley SPCA. Yes. So if you want to adopt a pet, come out to Mercedes-Benz of Westchester. What's that on?
Westchester Pike.
Westchester Pike.
Yeah.
Right out there. Come on out.
Beautiful facility, by the way. Just completely
Gorgeous.
refurbished and remodeled.
Yeah. So I'm asking everybody to come out.
Come on out.
Watch the broadcast. Bring an animal if you want to. You don't have to. Pet alligator.
Emotional support animal.
An emotional support kangaroo. And we'll entertain you, and then hopefully you can adopt some needy pet from the Brandywine SPCA.
Come for Dawn, dogs, and the donuts. Stay for Stalker.
Dr. Phelan McGroin says Nick has to be out by 9:44 a.m. That's right.
Who has to be out by 9:44?
Nick. He has to be on the road. He has to be.
I want everybody to come
hang
except for
out.
Kevin Pools. Kevin Pools, just stay home. You're in the doghouse. No pun intended.
Why is he in the doghouse?
He's just a pain in my ass. He's a pain in my ass.
Oh boy.
Pain in my padded ass.
Okay.
Everything.
But we love you.
Hey Nick, there's 2 chambers. It's called the House and the Senate. Thanks, bro. Thanks. Go out and get some sun. And yesterday he's up my keister. Nick's only raised $25 for the bike ride, bro. I've raised $2,000. I don't know what metric you're looking at.
Can you put the picture up again there, Phil? Chris Eppolito says Dawn looks like the guidance counselor. Nick and Greg are the students that just fulfill the month of community service.
Yes, we are in detention. I get detention, Stalker gets suspended, and Dawn pulls out the ruler and smacks us on the knuckles.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Please come out. Please come out and support the Brandywine Valley SPCA. We're trying to do good work for them. They're a great organization, and I know everybody thinks we're big meanies, but we try and do good work every once in a while.
There you go. All right, Bobby Kennedy, Maha, and Gen Z on the way before Jimmy Faila joins us for the cut sheet. But let's get to the news. Round number 2 at 7:07. Dawn Stensland.
Good morning, Kayal and Company News Live. This Thursday, May the 29th. Lots to talk about this morning and we talked about the shootings that happened, mainline Philadelphia and beyond, but I want to get to other local news. And this one, a fast-moving fire ripping through a barn at an animal rescue. Such a sad story. This is Montgomery County. Early in the morning yesterday, and firefighters there were getting the reaction. This killed dozens of animals, injured several others. And it's known as the House of Wiggle Goats, so mostly goats, but also other rescue animals. And it's just Erin Wiggle, she and her husband started this rescue. So she wakes up to the sound of sirens, and the main barn right near their home that houses dozens of those animals was just engulfed in flames. Such a sad story to see this as they ran out, and apparently part of the barn inside there was a collapse, and so the goats, even though they opened up all the doors, they were trapped in there. So we've got about 40 animals remain unaccounted for as of this morning. And so it's House of Wiggle Goats. If you know this, it's Weber Road. It's in Lansdale, Montgomery County. So they're looking looking for some help here. A GoFundMe has been set up. They've already raised more than $20,000. And they were able to rescue about a dozen animals. They're being treated for the burns, the smoke inhalation at Penn Vet's New Bolton Center campus, as well as Quakertown's Vet Hospital. So Erin and her husband, they started this rescue about 8 years ago, caring for goats and pigs and chickens and all kinds of dogs, other animals. The barn is historic, built in 1857. It's gutted. And just, it's just such a sad story. But as far as the Wiggles, they were out there just thanking the community because everybody just came in and was trying to help rescue the animals.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And that's just one of these sad stories. So
and this is what, Upper Bucks?
No, it's Montgomery County.
Oh, okay.
It's outside Lansdale.
Okay.
Montgomery County.
Gotcha. Okay.
So, it's just one of those sad stories, but also a story about the community coming together.
Mm-hmm.
Another community story that's making headlines. I'll take you to Delaware County. This is the Goodwill Fire Company in Glen Olden, Pennsylvania. And it is empty because Darby Township officials say it's temporarily closed. The broader story here is about volunteerism and volunteer firefighters. So a lot of our so-called collar counties, rural counties, really rely on volunteer firefighters. It keeps your property, all your local taxes, keeps them lower because you have all of these volunteers. And over the years, it's a tradition. The problem is that tradition of volunteerism is dying. And so, unfortunately, what happened here was the township, the firefighters are not happy with this because the Darby Township officials moved in and took all of the apparatus, the big fire trucks and everything, and they feel disrespected because the all-volunteer fire company, because they're low in volunteers, they cannot adequately respond to all the service calls.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not surprised. We talked about it a few days ago. The 20 toughest jobs in America.
Yep.
Hard enough to get people to be a firefighter for a respectable salary, much less pro bono.
And so to your point, that's part of the reason of the volunteerism. In this case, the insult to injury for the volunteer firefighters who are still there, what they're saying is that what a shame this is and that they feel disrespected because essentially the township moved in and took all of the fire trucks and everything because they said, well, you may, the last time something happened, which was a different situation, I will mind you, but they said the fire trucks were vandalized.
Mm-hmm.
And so they're essentially saying we're going to take all the expensive apparatus out.
Oh.
So now they can't answer the calls at all, even with the limited staff they have.
Yeah, boy.
Do you see what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah. Yep.
So they don't have the fire trucks. So other neighboring, fire companies will have to respond. And so the number of volunteer firefighters in Pennsylvania dropping by 90% over the last generation. Wow. I know that we did have some local lawmakers looking into this, trying to figure out, how they can solve the problem.
So we've gone through recruiting crises with the military. We've got 1,300 officers needed in Philadelphia to be police officers, and now this big decline in volunteer firefighters.
Yes, sir.
Selfish society, me generation, that they don't want to be, civil servants. You think that's part of it?
I think it's part of it, Nick, but I also think that we've seen injured. First of all, if you have a job back in a generation ago, let's say, or even 15 years ago, let's say, you had employers who recognized that you're also a volunteer firefighter. So if you were fighting that fire all night,
right,
they give you the day off.
Mm-hmm.
Nowadays, employers, depending on where you work, may not be as sympathetic and say, sorry, you got to be into work early this morning.
Yep.
And then the issue of health insurance and insurance, what if you're injured on the job?
Mm-hmm.
So I think those are some other issues that they're pointing to, trying to figure this one out.
Yeah. My mom's brother, who I've mentioned on the show, was a police officer for 27 years, narcotics detective. His son, my cousin Jeff, is a firefighter. He's been a firefighter for 30 years. Tremendous pay now, great benefits. Get 3 days off. I think it's like 4 days on, 3 days off. Not a bad gig if you're willing to fight fires.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you're paid.
Yes,
correct. These are
correct,
volunteers.
Correct.
But remember that what that tells me as well, this community in Delco, and as this happens, that means your taxes are going up in these suburban areas where they don't have the paid firefighters, and that's what's going on as well.
Yep.
So heads up on that one. I know we'll get into, I'll just headline this story for you, that a U.S. higher court, a so-called trade court ruling that President Trump's sweeping, the tariffs are illegal. And so this is a new twist that could block the president's, global trade policy. And so obviously the Trump administration, this was a ruling by a 3-judge panel, New York-based Court of International Trade, and all of these lawsuits swirling. So I believe the administration is already, countering in court, but this one going on with tariff news.
Yep.
Well, I just want to headline. I know we're going to talk about it, but I just wanted to headline it.
Yeah, that came out late last night. That's infuriating. I mean, that is a major story that happens, 7:30 last night?
Mm-hmm.
Now the court lawfare has transitioned from trying to jail Trump to pretty much blocking every one of his policies. It's just ridiculous. I don't know who's the bigger pain in the butt right now, the courts and the judges, or these swamp rhinos that are going to vote against things that the American people have mandated. Every single day, there's just resistance. My God.
And in this one, to your point, weaponizing the courts. So now it'll go to another court. Lawyers always win.
Yeah, I think it was called the International Court of Trade.
Mm-hmm.
Did I see that correctly
Yes,
last
sir.
night? Axios had it.
Yep.
Ugh.
Yeah, so we have that one going on. And we'll also get to, and this is history, the first time an American vice president addresses a crypto and Bitcoin type conference. I know we'll have that with J.D. Vance.
I have to keep the administration's pockets getting fat.
There we go. Today is a city council meeting. They meet, city council and school board. Usually we have meetings on Thursdays. Today's Thursday. And this has to do, an added agenda that they just added yesterday is that the school district of Philadelphia, as you know, it's under investigation by federal authorities for the asbestos management practices, facing this lawsuit from the Department of Justice. And so this investigation, we've talked a lot about Philadelphia schools, these aging buildings, the average age of a Philadelphia school building, 70 plus years old. And so the concerns about how the district handles asbestos, and there are federal guidelines. These are kids and teachers, custodians. And so you're supposed to test these older buildings every 3 years. If anything is positive, you test it every 6 months. They're not doing that. So today, the school board, Philadelphia School Board, scheduled to consider this resolution that approves some kind of an agreement with the Department of Justice regarding this investigation and their practices. I know they've been dealing with this. I was trying to look up. We have a couple of schools that are shut down completely because asbestos, as you well know, if it's, in other words, if it's intact, if it's up in an attic or in the ceiling and it's intact, it's not dangerous. But the minute, due to wear and tear and that sort of thing, that those tiny invisible fibers that you can't see when they're in the air, et cetera, and you're breathing them in, we had a dear family friend who died of mesothelioma.
Yeah.
That horrible, there are some horrible diseases that
Right.
that deadly cancers, et cetera.
My mom passed away from lung cancer.
Oh, my
I think
God.
now part of it was probably, she was a smoker, obviously a big part of it. She quit 5-6 years before she passed away, but she also worked at the Express Times newspaper.
Old building.
And the old building, and they gutted a lot of the asbestos in the 90s. Now, granted, she started working there in 89, worked there until she passed in 2011, but that had to be a contributing factor to what you're talking about. Those little particles, you breathe that in.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. Could be a death sentence for a lot of these people, and you don't even know it.
So you think about, to your point, Nick, the main building, I'll just give you Frankfurt High School, that still is shut down. Maybe it'll open in a year or so, but you're looking at $20 million to mitigate the asbestos in that one. And there was another middle school in North Philadelphia as well that's shut down.
The fact that Philadelphia school districts have not removed all asbestos and also installed air conditioning in every school in the year 2025 is pretty egregious, is it not?
And to think about what you're saying. So these are old buildings that don't have HVAC or filtration. And so that you could argue, I'm not a doctor or anything, but you could argue that that's a mitigating circumstance if you do have things like mold or asbestos or whatnot in the air because you don't even have filtered air.
Well, Greg's a doctor. Dr. Stocker.
Dr. Stocker.
He's got the answer.
So we got that going on, which is nice.
All right.
But the good news is the parade is back on. I know I said it in the 6 o'clock hour, but I was getting, last night and this morning just texts and DMs. Annual 4th of July parade. This is a huge parade that many people come from around the region to. It's White Marsh Township. It's through the heart of Lafayette Hill, right around the Joshua Park area, across from the Wawa on, Germantown Pike out there. So that's usually where it ends up. But a huge 4th of July parade tradition that many of us have gone to for years. And it is back on after they announced, to the shock of the community, it was off. And then the community wanted to know why. They've had multiple meetings. So now they've kind of caved to the pressure here.
See what the power of 1210 can do.
So we got that going for
There you
us,
go.
which is nice. And also, hopefully, the sun will come out. Unfortunately, as I said earlier, the Phils canceled yesterday, but now we've got a doubleheader today for our Phillies. Nick, I hope they get the game in today.
They should, Dawn. 58 degrees today. Right now, the showers have gone by the wayside, going up to 75 today, and it'll dip back down to about 59 tonight. Philly weather sponsored by MTRule.com, your Generac generator experts. That's MTRUHL.com. We'll come back. Jimmy Faila in about 25 minutes for the cut sheet, but also some success for Maha, but also a little hypocrisy from Bobby. Stay there. We're back after this. But first, a word from our friends. That's right. By the way, folks, we are inside of 7 weeks until the bike ride. That's right. And we all know my profound respect for first responders. So what we are hoping you will do is, once again, join us in supporting the 38th annual Bend to the Shore Bike Tour. Before you know it, it'll be here. It's Sunday, July 20th, and you have more options than ever before. 65 miles, that's the full ride. We go right across the Ben Franklin. You can do 30 miles, or you could do the final 10 miles on the route from Philly to Atlantic City and be a part of the family-friendly celebration at the Showboat Hotel right after the ride. You can even register to ride with me and Team 1210, as I'm back for the third year as the captain of Team 1210. I haven't even gotten on a bike yet, but I'll still be your captain. Join whether you're going to ride or just donate and support the cause. Visit ben2shore.org. When you sign up with the code NICK1210, they're going to knock off $25 off of your registration fee. That's Ben, B-E-N, the number 2, Shore, SHORE.org, promo code NICK1210. Let's show everyone how 1210 WPHT and Odyssey support law enforcement. Bend to Shore is organized by Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation, and they provide immediate financial relief to families of fallen or critically injured first responders and connect cops and kids through non-enforcement positive action.
My name is Beverly Pfeiffer. This is my husband, Craig Pfeiffer, and we've been with Crash Proof since 2024. We wanted to just sustain our growth and be able to count on what we've earned.
When you go with Crash Proof Retirement, you will never lose a dime, and you could only increase your portfolio. The 8% that we earned this year is our money. We get to keep it. It gives us the option of either increasing our principal or taking money out to use for travel, for our grandchildren. We have 3 grandchildren, and we love spoiling them with trips, with presents.
We worked hard all our life, and it's nice to be able to just sit back and just watch our money grow.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the William Penn Inn on June 10th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
You know how you always want to know about everyone else's money? On the podcast What We Spend, guests will, for 1 week, tell us everything they spend their money on.
My son slammed $6 worth of blueberries in 5 minutes.
And everything that makes them feel.
I want to own a house. I want to have a child. But this morning, I really wanted a coffee.
Because at the end of the day, money is always about more than your balance. Listen to and follow What We Spend, an Odyssey original podcast. Available now wherever you get your podcasts.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
I really need funding to expand my inventory.
Swish Funding can help you expand inventory, upgrade equipment, and boost your cash flow.
Well, okay, but I need funding fast.
Swish Funding provides funding from $25,000 to $2 million with payment terms tailored to your needs and cash in your account in less than 24 hours.
So what's the catch?
No catch. If you've been in business for at least 1 year with monthly revenue of $50,000, you could qualify. Just go to swishfunding.com to apply. That's swishfunding.com.
At Kitchen Magic, we believe the heart of your home deserves American-made quality you can trust. That's why we manufacture all of our products right here in Nazareth, PA, so you won't face shipping delays or tariff surprises. As a local family-owned company, we are proud to offer reliable service and custom kitchen remodeling you can count on. And this May only, enjoy up to 30% off your dream kitchen. Visit kitchenmagic.com and schedule your free design consultation today.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Free speech lives here. With Rich Zioli weekday afternoons 3 till 7 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Company. 726. Jimmy Faila, what's on the cut sheet?
It burns his old droopy nuts.
We'll talk to Jimbo coming up in 20 minutes. Looking forward to that. He'll be in Pottstown August 9th. Going to get to Bobby Kennedy here in a moment. A victory for Maha with a popular candy, but also a little hypocrisy from Kennedy on censorship. Speaking of health, just wanted to pass this story along because it kind of ties into what I saw last night. My girls had their fifth grade school play. They did Disney's The Jungle Book last night.
Oh, what were their roles?
Dancing monkeys.
Oh.
Yeah, they didn't have a speaking part, but they were doing the dancing monkey thing. And I noticed this last night. There had to be 7 or 8 individuals in the gym last night wearing COVID masks again. And I saw this story from USA Today before I went to bed last night. Trump, we talked about some of his pardons, and we talked about the ridiculous pardon for the Chrisleys yesterday. This one, I think, is very justified. He pardoned former Lieutenant Mark Bashaw. I don't know if people remember this story. He was discharged from the Army after his 2022 conviction where he was court-martialed for not wearing a face mask indoors during COVID while in the military. So that's a pardon that I can get 1,000% on board with. So I just wanted to pass that story along as well. Just ridiculous. And I bring that up because we gave you the story a day or two ago about the new COVID variant that is sweeping through the United States with all its numbers and letters attached to it that nobody gives a damn about. But anywho, let's get to Bobby. Candy, kids, Mars Wrigley, the big candy company, forced to change the Skittles recipe after the RFK Jr. Maha report links ingredients to cancer risks. By the way, I've always thought Skittles completely overrated. Never a huge fan, and I love fruit-flavored candy more than I do chocolate. Skittles, though, overrated. Always prefer to Starburst. That's neither here nor there. One of the most popular candies in the country has quietly had its recipe reformulated after a blistering new health report. This is courtesy of the Daily Mail. Chaired by U.S. Health and Human Services Secretary RFK Jr., linked one of its ingredients to DNA damage and possible cancer risk. Mars Wrigley, the global confectionery giant behind Skittles, has confirmed that it has removed titanium dioxide from its rainbow-colored candies in the United States. They say the following: our commitment to, I always love these commitments to health and quality after the fact, after all of these years. It's like they got their spot blown up and they're like, you know what? We just want you to enjoy healthy, happy candy. Put a smile on that face. You might get cavities, but you won't have titanium dioxide in your body anymore. So they say our commitment to quality is what has enabled Mars to be enjoyed by consumers for over a century, and nothing is more important than the safety of our products. The Mars Wrigley said in a statement, all of our products are safe to enjoy, and they meet the high standards and applicable regulations set by food and safety authorities around the world. And that's something we will never compromise on. Titanium dioxide, widely used. It's really amazing when you actually take the time to learn about this or you stumble across these stories, what actually goes into our food that we eat, that we enjoy because it looks appealing and then it tastes even better. Titanium dioxide, widely used in processed foods to give a bright appearance, but it has increasingly come under fire for what experts warn may be genotoxic and carcinogenic properties. The change comes in the wake of a bombshell report from the Maha Commission led by RFK Jr. And we talked about this. I mentioned this on Monday's show because we were out on Friday. This came out late on Thursday last week. And I threw out the question. I think it's worth bringing back up again with Elon Musk leaving Doge after 130 days and the resistance. Now, they're both facing resistance, right? But Bobby's got his own detractors, his own resistance. Same thing with Elon Musk. But this is, and I get it, it's one food company. It's one specific candy we're talking about here. But you start to stack them up. I think Bobby Kennedy's having more success than I thought he would have. With all these lobbyists, with all of big food, big ag, big pharma, I mean, from the removing of the recommendation for the COVID shot for kids and pregnant women, leaving it out there for obviously those 65 plus, those with comorbidities, beef tallow, fryers, seed oils, different dyes, different colors, titanium dioxide. Are we a little surprised that Bobby is maybe picking off small little incremental victories here and there more than we thought he'd be capable of?
I'm not.
No? Knowing how hard it is to take on these big institutions, Pfizer, Mars, Pepsi-Cola, Frito-Lay, all these fast food chains.
What's the timeline on it? I'm just curious. What's the timeline on Mars Wrigley to change the ingredients? Does it say?
Yes.
Okay. What does it say?
It's not. They don't have to remove it for. Years to come.
Thank
a lot of these
for
lot of
years
these
to
laws-
come.
Thank you.
Yeah. That's the whole thing with this.
Sure.
but
Well, yeah.
Are you going to buy?
Sure, we'll remove it. Yeah. Okay.
So, are you going to buy? And by the way, here's the sin of all of this. Different soups, Campbell's soup, like chunky soup, the old El Paso, like the queso sauce, all those sauces, different macaroni and cheese that's prepared, baked goods, like to make them soft and preserve, keep them preserved. There's so many items with this titanium dioxide, these nanoparticles. There are a ton of foods. And this is an old story. So that's why I say I'm not surprised with
What's an old story?
This story of titanium dioxide and these kinds of chemicals in our foods, which other countries around the world do not. I mean, I'm involved. Like I get all these newsletters from all these different health groups.
So
that
Mars is lying
This
then
is
about the recent discovery of titanium. So this is well known.
It's not. These allegations have been going on for a very long time. The studies have been out there about things like titanium dioxide. It's the tip of the iceberg. And this is one huge company, a conglomerate, that's being proactive because they know that all of this is about to be found out because now this administration is funding all of these studies.
Well, here are the dates. The FDA recently ordered Red 3 must be removed from foods sold in the U.S. by 2027. It's only a year and a half from now. I mean, it's
a little bit.
It's June of 2025 already. So
You're developing child. Yeah, it's a year and a half. You know what I mean? Your kid's 3 or 4, so.
How far out do you think they manufacture this garbage?
Oh, years.
That's just it.
Okay.
Years out.
Then it's not Maha's fault or Bobby's fault, right?
No.
Like if Mars has manufactured enough Skittles right now to supply vendors for the next 18 months and they don't have to produce any more, I mean, the only, I guess, way to end it right now would be to yank it from the shelf?
The only thing you can do, what would be the smart thing is these food companies should realize the trend that's happening now, and more people are looking at ingredients and seeing what's in things. So it would be smart, it would behoove Skittles and their parent company to say, hey, you know what? We can sell more, actually, if we say that these are better for you. These are good for you. No artificial whatever, no titanium whatever in this.
Yeah.
And people will, buy them for their kids because they're almost healthy.
I'm not sure I like titanium in my body unless I'm having some sort of joint replacement, and the replacement is made of titanium.
It's the public. This works for everything. Look what stopped smoking. What led to like warning labels, regulations? None of that worked to stop smoking. What worked to stop smoking was people just started shaming people that smoked. Like, this is bad for you.
So you like this, but you realize it's going to take maybe half a generation?
If they wait for the government to like mandate it, yes. But I think more corporations are realizing the trends that are happening right now with the parents looking at ingredients in foods and saying, "Hey, let's jump on this train because it's probably profitable for us."
By the way, this ingredient in the European Food Safety Authority, and this is to my point about other countries, they banned this titanium dioxide and other ingredients like this years ago.
Yeah.
Because these little nanoparticles actually cause DNA damage, and it's one way chemicals cause cancer, other health problems. I'll get personal for a moment, and I don't want you to get emotional. But Nick, you and your wife were just in the hospital with a little girl in pain with kidney stones.
Mm-hmm.
I have no doubt that all of these kinds of chemicals in our foods, and look at the list, original, like Wegmans. You go to Wegmans, you think, oh, it's higher, like upscale, right?
Mm-hmm.
They put titanium dioxide in their different prepared food, like their mac and cheese.
Yeah.
Campbell's healthy request, different soups like the corn chowder, which is really good. Yeah, it's in there too.
Yeah.
You have, what are other ones? The Marzetti brands, they use it. It's a color agent. So they use it to brighten their cream cheese fruit dips, things like that. Some dairy products, fat-free products use this.
Yep.
So when you think, oh, it's fat-free, I'm on a diet, I'm going to get that, it oftentimes will have this titanium dioxide. So 1,800 brand name food products have this, and many of those food products, you look at them and they're advertised as healthy.
Right. Well, to your point, we just fall for it because we're lazy. We see high in protein, low in fat, low carb.
Protein's the new kick now too. Everything is here's a popcorn that is high in protein. Here's a bar that's high in protein.
It's got 800 grams of salt.
That's what I'm saying.
Of it.
These companies need to if they're smart, and a lot of them see trends like this, they'll start removing these things on their own so they can put on the package, we just removed X, Y, and Z. You know what I mean? So public shaming, more than anything, works for these companies because
it's a good point. I'm going to stick around after shows moving forward. I'm just going to walk the halls and wait for people to go to the vending machine or the Odyssey kitchen. And when they grab something that's not good for them, I'm going to shame them.
You should.
Yeah,
and you can't go to HR because I care about your long-term health.
Hugh Douglas, I dare you.
Oh, yeah. He's the biggest violator. He's always grabbing the tasty cakes.
Why don't you shame Hugh Douglas?
No,
That's a great idea.
Who can I go longer with in a duel? Marjorie Taylor Greene or Big Hugh? Probably Marjorie.
Now, here's the thing. You mentioned tasty cakes because tasty cakes are not in the vending machine.
No.
They're over by WIP. Tasty cakes, I don't think they have a lot of these ingredients because, think about it, they expire pretty quickly. So one of the things is, and that's one of the reasons they're not national, because they actually don't use all these nasty preservatives.
They are super fresh when you
Well,
get them. I'll tell you that much.
Z Vander on the YouTube chat just says, Dawn, as you're talking about titanium dioxide, I'm eating a tasty cake French apple pie. Flip it over, titanium dioxide. So there you go. There you go. Somebody with a real world experience. There we go.
See, I wouldn't have, again, because I always think of them because they expire with.
So much for us getting a little shelf down here with some
sales
candy cakes.
No.
Sales right now is like, shut up, stalker,
Trust
shut
me,
up.
the last thing I need with my diet is a display case of freebies. Be down there every break.
By the way, in Europe, a lot of, and all of these different health groups for years have said aspartame, all of these, I can't even pronounce them all, the sucralose, all that synthetic food dyes, yellow 5, red 3. They've been saying this for the past, I will say, 20 years.
Yep.
They've been saying this stuff is not good for you. It's bad for you. Don't consume it.
Yep.
And that's why the rest of the world, and you were talking about smoking, you guys. Go to Europe. Go around the world. They're all smoking. They drink daily. They eat a lot. They're not dying like we are.
Yep.
The chemicals in our foods, I would submit to you, are probably worse than the smoking.
Here's some of the other ones real quickly with the dates when they have to be out of products. So these are all 2028. Red 40, which includes Doritos, Skittle, and Pepsi. Yellow 5 also on the chopping block, which is linked with Doritos, juices, and
that I can see just in a latest study, the health concerns in the ingredients you just mentioned, Nick Kayal, neurological as well as behavioral. So we talk about things like quote unquote ADHD, those because these mess with your system as far as your brain function.
Yep. 855-839-1210.
Give your kids some some candy with red dye number 5 in it or whatever like that. Watch them bounce off the walls.
I think my daughter just had a bowl of Apple Jacks about 10 minutes ago.
Oh boy.
Blue synthetic.
Not the one with the kidney stone.
No, that's actually the healthy one.
Okay.
The one that likes salads and things like that. She's a sucker for Apple Jacks.
Oh.
I told her egg whites. She didn't want to listen. It's her stomach, not mine. 855-839-1210. Jimmy Faila joins us next for a Thursday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You know, I talk about my guys at Marvin E. Cans. You got to get ready. Get your HVAC system ready for summertime, for every season. And that's why I always turn to I'm so grateful that I found my friends at Marvin E. Cans last year, and they always make sure that we're ready and ahead of the game for the next season. So we just had this Mitsubishi Electric a couple months ago Mitsubishi Electric Heating and Air Conditioning mini split unit installed in our lower level, which has horrible ventilation and a lack of ductwork. And so this ductless unit from Mitsubishi Electric Heating and Air Conditioning has been a total game changer for us because this is the lower level where our office is for Larry and I. Obviously, we have to broadcast from there. So we have a TV studio, an audio studio as well. And if you're broadcasting, you've got to have it quiet. This thing, you don't even know it's on. It's amazing. And it's just perfect. Temperature controlled, whether it's the AC or whether it's the heat. And that's important, too, for all of our equipment, obviously, because you can't have all that humidity and all of that. I'm telling you, we just love it. Mitsubishi Electric Heating and Air Conditioning, that's the ductless unit that my guys at Marvin E. Cans put in for us. So if maybe you have an area that you think, oh, there's no hope for this area, it's just kind of dank, it affects everything, it's cold, or it's too hot, this is the mini split for your hard-to-reach areas, thanks to my guys at Marvin E. Cans, MarvinEKanze.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. Level up the fun this summer in a new Civic Hybrid sedan or hatchback from my friends at Piazza Honda. You know, the Civic Hybrid has received the honor of being named the 2025 North American Car of the Year with an impressive 50 city, 47 highway MPG rating. The sporty Civic sedan now comes with the efficiency and excitement of hybrid performance. Just visit them, Piazza Honda of Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield, or you can always browse over 200 hybrid vehicles online. PiazzaHonda.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
Harry, if you watch any more of those stupid financial shows, I'm filing for divorce.
How am I going to keep up with our retirement accounts? At JML Financial Group, we want you watching your grandkids playing soccer and sunsets in Hawaii, not the latest rumor of a market crash. Surprisingly, with proper income planning, the stock market shouldn't even be a concern. The money came in every 2 weeks while you worked. It should be the same in your retirement years. Let us show you how. Call JML Financial Group today at 856-925-6674. That's 856-925-6674. Or at jmlfinancialgroup.com. So, when your neighbor's sunbathing in the front yard,
Harry, you're an idiot. Get away from the window.
keep your eyes focused where they should be, on enjoying your retirement. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group. And I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney. And the truth is, I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare, and I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call. I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing. Attorneys, this was meant to be funny, so please don't sue me, especially my friend Kenneth from Black River Falls, Wisconsin.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-403-5566. 800-403-5566. 800-403-5566.
Business owners everywhere are raving about ZipRecruiter's new feature, Zip Intro, which does the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates to meet with you as soon as the next day. So we decided to call up some of these employers and hear their stories. Today, we're on the phone with Pilates studio owner Crystal M. Harris. Crystal, how has Zip Intro helped you hire?
Well, I was opening a Pilates studio in McDonough, Georgia, and I needed to staff up quickly. Zip Intro did the work for me. It helped me find enthusiastic candidates who matched my qualifications perfectly.
That's great.
Yeah, I had my Zip Intro session on Tuesday, did all the interviews by Thursday, sent out the offers on Friday, and they started on Monday. Because Zip Intro did most of the work, I saved so much time.
Absolutely. And to our listeners, you can try Zip Intro for free right now at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Oh, yeah. 7:48 Thursday morning. It's Kayal and Company. Nick Kayal, Dawn Stensland, Greg Stocker. And joining us in box number 4, you will see him on August 9th at Soul Joel's in Pottstown.
Yeah.
Get your tickets now. Fox Across America. He's the host of Fox Across America on the radio. You catch him weeknights at 7 on 1210 WPHT. You can watch him Saturday night on Fox News. And he's even on the board here.
It burns his old droopy nuts.
It's the great Jimmy Faila. Hello, Jimmy.
Bang! Good to see you, Kayal and Co. This is a big deal. And yes, Pottstown. Because
Yes.
apparently I have a much better agent than you guys do.
Yeah,
Go to the Dunkin' Donuts, make a right. There's a comedy field called Soul Joel's, and I love Soul Joel's. The last time I was there, it was the rowdiest crowd ever.
Awesome.
But I love getting back there. So yeah, little smack talk. Good to be here.
Good to have you, Jimmy.
August 9th, get tickets at foxacrossamerica.com. Do it now. Sell it out for Jimmy because Jimmy kills it every day, weekdays on Fox Across America.
That is correct. And Soul Joel's August 9th. And I'll just give you the address for those who don't know. 50 Sunnybrook Road. That's in Pottstown, 19464. If you want to get on out there in Montgomery County. So that's the address. Before we get into the cut sheet, though, have to ask you, Jimmy, what is the updated mailing address for Zioli? Because I've got a lot of mail here. I know he doesn't come to this studio anymore. Has he taken up residency in your studio in New York?
No, it's the bar next to Fox News. He always,
in the bar.
and he does this. Like, he'll be like, hey, I'm coming up there. Can I leave my jacket in your office? And I'm like, no, because that's how it works. Once a guy hangs a jacket in your office, the next thing you know, he's like, yeah, I just bought a dishwasher at PC Records. They can't deliver it on the weekend. Can I leave it in your office? That's how it starts, you know? So, no, all of his stuff is at a bar called Langan's across the street from Fox.
Okay.
And I wish I was kidding. I mean, you've probably heard me tell the story. He left this jacket there and then came back to get it and left without it a second time. And by the way, so I'm just going to out him here.
Yes.
We're all friends, and he knows this. I think last week he left an umbrella in the bar.
Oh, my God.
He guest. It's a crazy story. He guest hosted my show because we were taping my TV show late Friday night because I had to travel to this Fox event.
Yeah.
I come by the bar after the TV show is taped, and Zioli's there. He wasn't on the TV show. He did the radio show, which ended a few hours earlier than our taping, but was in the bar. And he had, some gear. I don't know, umbrellas, stuff like that. Maybe an intervention book that we had left in his
Intervention.
a kid. And I believe he left more accessories in that bar. I'm not even kidding.
It's amazing.
So
To answer
funny.
your question.
By the way, Jimmy Faila, Fox Across America can be heard weeknights here on WPHT from 7 to 10 p.m. And I would just like to tell you, Jimmy, I don't know. I think maybe you know this. I don't know if you know this or not, but we've your first 4 months here on WPHT for the month of January, February, March, April. So 4 months in 2025. Year over year, you are up, all adults, 118%. 2554, 800%, 3564, 400%. So thank you for doing such a great job. Obviously, the people of the Delaware Valley love you. Your ratings are through the roof, and we appreciate it, man.
So you're telling me to stick with these drugs?
Whatever you're doing, whatever drugs you're doing, keep doing them.
And whenever you're done with that intervention book, send it down to me. I'll read it.
Oh, honestly, that is amazing. And, really quickly, this has been a fantasy we've harbored since the day we met because, these are my people. Yes. I mean, when you meet me in person, if you go see me do stand-up, if you watch me on TV, it's all the same thing, folks. This is all I got. My superpower is my lack of a superpower. I am a regular dude, and you know it. Like, when you see me on tour, I'm doing a Hannity event. When people see Hannity, like, oh, my God, I've been watching you for 30 years. When people see me, they're like, yo, do you have change of a 20? It's like so matter of fact, and I love it. Like the fact that I'm succeeding on PHT renews my faith in humanity because it means there's an immense appetite for I just call this realism. It's like reality radio. We're not faking it. We don't pretend to be any smarter than we are. And here, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. So I'm gonna sing "Wind Beneath My Wings."
All right, let's get down to business. 7:52. Faila's here for the cut sheet. Let's get down to it.
What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet? Sponsored by Garden State Earthworks. By the way, today, the last couple of days, a perfect day to call Garden State Earthworks. If you have water on your property giving you a headache, soggy yards, damp patio, floating, wrinkling pool liners, water invading your home, call Garden State Earthworks. Lou Vargas, your drainage solution at 856-848-4444. Call them today, 856-848-4444. Thank you, Garden State Earthworks, for sponsoring the ever-important Thursday edition, Jimmy Faila edition of What's on the Cut Sheet. Okay, on your network yesterday, Jimmy Faila, last night, Brett Baer interviewed FBI Director Kash Patel, and a lot of news came out of this. Well, maybe. Let's talk about the Epstein files first. Let's start with 23 here, Phil. On withholding, will we get all of the Epstein information? Roll this.
The other thing on the internet is the Epstein files. What's the answer to that?
The answer to that is the same as everything else. I'm not going to withhold information from the American public ever, but I'm also not going to rush to get it out there in a format in which they can't rely on it. So on the Epstein matter or any other matters, we are diligently working on that. And it takes time to go through years of investigations, years of political maneuvering, and years of cover-up to get the American people what they deserve. And that's what I'm going to give them on everything.
Yeah.
I got a feeling Jimmy and I are on the same page with this one. Nothing to see here, sir. Just keep it moving. Next question.
Yes. Can I explain to you how the Epstein story works? This matters, okay? There's a lot of high-level stories like Epstein where very powerful people are involved. Okay. And when you become like the leader of the FBI or maybe even the president, they bring you into a room. They show you a picture of your family sleeping that you have no idea how it was taken. And it's handed with a side-by-side breakdown of the square footage of your house, where all the entrances is. And then they just read to you a list of things the government believes. They're like, oh, that's interesting that this picture of your daughter sleeping got in here. But anyway, we were just talking about how Epstein definitely killed himself. And that's when you saw, okay, because there was a similar interview with Maria Bartiromo where Cash and Bongino were on.
Yep.
They're like, oh, no, he killed himself. He definitely killed himself.
Yep.
And they look like they're covering for a friend who's caught him at a strip club the night before. I don't know. We were at the driving range. No, we were definitely at the driving range. You guys didn't have any golf clubs. No, we were there. We just don't want to show you the evidence because you got to give it to you in a useful and diligent way. It's total. He killed himself.
You're so spot on. I feel like there's probably a list of things that are off limits, right? Like when you get in that position, Epstein, Area 51, it's just like, oh yeah, we'll get to it. Trust me. Or nothing really here. It's all conspiracy talk.
Can I tell you how the JFK thing made it this far? It's because every time someone gets sworn in, they get helped off into a dark room and they show them a copy of the Zapruder film from an angle you've never heard of before. It's like a high def angle from the other side of the car. You're like, what is this even? And there's some little government serial number in the bottom right corner, and you're like, oh, I get it. I see. So Lee Harvey Oswald. In fact, I believe Lee Harvey Oswald was outside the cell when Epstein hung himself.
By the way, Jimmy just referenced Epstein killing himself. Once again, Cash told Brett Baer, this is 25, he definitely killed himself. Definitely. Roll this.
But there is a lot of conspiracy theories out there.
There are.
The Epstein thing, you dealt with Maria, you said, as far as you know, he killed himself.
I'm telling you, he killed himself.
That's it. Move on. He killed himself. No shenanigans. The cameras went down. That's just coincidence.
Can I ask you a question, Jimmy Fail? Isn't the correct follow-up answer to this or question to this from Brett Baer something to the effect of, but was he assisted? Did he have help? Did anybody know? Why were the cameras turned off? Why were the guards not there? All of that stuff. Like, shouldn't that have been a follow-up question?
Yeah, there's probably an S&M safe word. Like, you probably hear Cash Patel go, potato salad. And they're like, what? He's like, potato salad. And Brett's like, oh, so the border. What are we doing at the border? I don't know. Because I'm with you. And Brett always asks the follow-up. So that's an interesting conundrum. And I will say this, though. Same with the Epstein thing and what he said about Maria, and it didn't happen, and blah-blah-boo. Okay, if he killed himself, and again, showbiz, you got a lot of ups, you got a lot of downs. We've been there. I mean, we're all hosting radio shows. Have you ever gotten so depressed that it disables the electronics outside your cell, and it's just such a pervasive downer that the guards pass out for 2 hours?
It could happen.
I mean, I've been bummed out. I listened to The Cure a lot in 9th grade. I was going through a sad phase. But no rendition of pictures of you has ever disabled an electronic device or knocked out a prison guard that I know of. Can we get Robert Smith on the phone?
Nice Cure reference. By the way, streaming live on YouTube. Please hit that subscribe button. Please hit that like button. You can see the 4 boxes. Jimmy Faila guesting today on the cut sheet. He's the 4th box, so you can see all of this. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Please hit the like and subscribe buttons while you're there. Cash also says, which is a good thing, 24, Phil, we'll have a definitive answer on the FBI's involvement on January 6th. Roll this.
The other thing on the internet is the Epstein files.
No, this is 20.
What's the answer to that?
24? 24? Do we have 24?
24?
24 going once.
24? That is 24. Okay, let's do 26 here. Apparently we don't have that one. This is James Comey, the whole 86-47.
Yeah, numbers.
Roll this.
James Comey.
If he wants to come after me, no problem. I've been living rent-free in that guy's head for years, and that's just a bonus. Do you know how many copycats we've had to investigate as a result of that beachside venture from the former director?
Is that right?
Do you know how many agents I've had to take offline from chasing down child sex predators, fentanyl traffickers, terrorists? Because everywhere across this country, people are popping up on social media and think that a threat to the life of the President of the United States is a joke, and they can do it because he did it. That's what I'm having to deal with every single day. And that's what I'm having to pull my agents and analysts off, because he thought it was funny to go out there and make a political statement.
The 86.
Have you guys noticed the trend here, Jimmy? When it comes, I think Cash is a numbers guy. January 6th, he gets very excited. 86-47, he gets excited. Epstein, I got nothing.
Are you telling me Cash has a gambling problem?
me and Cash are going to be on the roulette wheel later today at the Borgata.
Oh, 1-800-GAMBLER, Cash.
I love that. That's funny. Listen, the Comey thing. Obviously, he was trying to sell a book, and it's like provocative on that side to do stuff like this. But we're still, like I always say, we're living in a death of shame. Like, your willingness to go on TV, James Comey, because everyone knows what you did, and say, oh, my wife and I were just walking along on the beach and saw this interesting formation. We thought it might have been a phone number or something. Like, come on, just say, yeah, I thought this was provocative. Like, I would buy his book. I'd be like, oh, this guy has balls, you know. We just stumbled upon it, and my wife took a picture. Yeah. He's not out. Like, you know what I'm saying? This idea that these 73-year-old men are walking around taking pictures on the beach. Him and Bill Belichick did not go to the beach by choice. And
This guy has seen more political seashells at the beach than I've had good days, Jimmy.
He bought those seashells.
Yeah.
So true.
By the way, Zioli checks in. He says he left his glasses at Langens as well.
Is that what it was?
Yeah, he just texted me, and he said also, don't forget, I'll be on Fox today from 1 to 3.
By the way, this is some Zioli. This is a Trumpinator, one of our great listeners and Jimmy Faila fan. You can see to Zioli. This is some of his mail.
Oh.
We have his mail just scattered all over.
Got to pick it up.
I know. You got to trail Zioli.
Yes, pick it up and then swing on out to Soul Joel's, Pottstown, PA, August 9th, as Jimmy Faila will be there. Tickets available, foxacrossamerica.com.
Cash also brought up the Crossfire hurricane. We all know that that whole thing. He says we're in the process of divulging information about Crossfire hurricane. Cut 27, Phil. Roll it.
2 weeks. So this is about Crossfire Hurricane. You just talked about that. All that you've been learning. Can you give us a little of that wave of transparency?
Absolutely. So just quickly on Crossfire Hurricane, that is a continuing production. We have found material, and I'm the Crossfire Hurricane guy, that I didn't even know existed in FBI holdings.
So there's been held someplace else? Or
that's been stashed away in locations that people thought we wouldn't find it because we wouldn't know to look for it there. And as promised with my congressional partners, I'm working with Congress on constitutional oversight because that's what the American people deserve. And those documentations have been flowing to Congress nonstop on a rolling basis since that interview. But more importantly, people have had questions about January 6th and whether or not there were FBI sources, not agents, sources on the ground during January 6th. And I told you I would get you the definitive answer to that, and we have. And we are in the process, again, of working with our partners to divulge that information, and it is coming. And I will tell you this. The answer to that question will surprise and shock people because of what past FBI leaders have said about it.
Former FBI.
Well, how about that? I mean, maybe we're going to get a little bit more than just whether or not Ray Epps was on the inside and he was an informant. Maybe we're going to get more than just, who put that pipe bomb outside of RNC and DNC headquarters. Let me ask you this, though, real quickly, though, because I know we're busting Cash's balls here about January 6th and the 8647 thing. How much do you think he's going to be judged on answers for the questions that we need answered from the past versus doing the actual FBI cop work of nailing child predators and gangbangers and things like that? Because isn't that kind of what you're really supposed to do when you're currently in that role?
Yeah, in a perfect world, he'd have the luxury of focusing exclusively on modern day threats and adversities.
Right.
But I do think there's such a distrust of federal institutions right now because of the last 8 years that it is critical that we believe them again at some point. So yeah, I get it. Like I want to live in the world that you're, kind of talking about, but we're just not in that world. I mean, think about this. It was actually bad that Trump could be indicted 91 times and still win an election. Not because of Trump, but because indictments, the value of an indictment fell that dramatically in political price that no one cared. No one believed in the integrity of the justice system. Mm-hmm. It's unsustainable for the country. Back in the day, if a politician just got indicted, forget going to trial. If he just got indicted, he set up a podium wherever he was, talked about how he was resigning because he didn't want to be a distraction, but the fight would continue. And then he'd jet off to an all-inclusive with his mistress, and go have some drinks at a swim-up bar. We're not living in that era now. Now the one indictment, 2 indictments, 91 indictments, and the guy still won. And at some point that stops being a commentary on him. And it's really an editorial on the lack of faith in the judicial system. So I think Cash's hand is forced a little bit here in terms of having to do that. My gut, just from afar, I don't know how much we'll see because the JFK files, again, it's like if the government killed JFK, there's not an email sitting around going, hey, we're killing him in Dallas on Tuesday. You know what I mean? Which is the same thing with January 6th. There's not going to be a thing. Yeah. The only reason I truly do believe that the FBI had to have been involved is I've covered a lot of Trump rallies and I've done 1 million public events. Okay. And there are no way my fans could make it up that many steps. No way. None.
Could they make it up to a swim-up bar, though?
Yeah. Unless you're telling me there was a tow rope on the south side of the Capitol that I don't know about, my fans were not in that Capitol that day.
By the way, since we have the real comedian here, Jimmy Faila, who will be in Pottstown at Soul Joel's on August 9th, get your tickets at foxacrossamerica.com. Get them now before they sell out. Come on, everybody get out there. Log on and do it. Get them now. Jimmy's killing it on 1210 WPHT for us, and we appreciate that. Comedian Cory Booker was on the Jimmy Kimmel show last night because late night comedy, Jimmy, is now about politicians coming on and pontificating. It's no longer about comedians, jugglers, musical acts. It's all about politicians coming on and spouting their crap. He says that he makes a joke about Newark Airport. Roll this.
Did you fly here from Newark? And will you be flying back into Newark?
I will tell you right now, Newark is safe.
Is it?
Newark Airport is safe, but it's just the outrageousness that we live in the wealthiest country in the world, and we have infrastructure for our airports that are dealing with the same technology that was around when my grandparents lived here in Los Angeles. It's outrageous.
So you're saying this is not necessarily Trump's fault, this situation we have in Newark?
I'm telling you, again, candidly, it's both. We have deferred infrastructure improvements that we should not have. But when Trump came in and Doge and Elon Musk began firing key safety officials for the FAA, began laying off key personnel. One of the biggest issues right now is a personnel issue in addition to the technology issue. So this is the President of the United States who said he was going to keep us safe, but firing health officials, firing FAA officials, firing the people that inspect our food. This man has patently made us less safe as a nation, and this is an example that he contributed to.
Is there So there's the difference right there, the thought process of how you book guests for an entertaining show. Do things the way Jimmy Faila does, have great success. Do things the way Kimmel does and say, hey, producer 5, what do you think about booking Timu Obama tonight?
Timu Obama.
Yeah, it's so true. And you know what's funny about it? It is true that the software has been outdated, and both parties have had a chance to upgrade that. But everything he just said about Doge and Trump firing people, none of that is actually proof or aligns with the problem they're having at Newark Airport. You know what I'm saying? We don't know that Elon Musk directly laid off employees at Newark Airport. We know there was a change in the way they hired people, and they did emphasize more DEI. That was something that happened in the last 4 years that might have contributed to the shortage. We know that. But again, the answer still is, hey, can we be flying on something that's not controlled by a Commodore 64? If you want to talk about it, like you're going to bring him on, they should just have fun with it, because the truth is, when it comes, let's say the whole purpose of Kimmel, and you know this, is he's paying reparations to the woke left because he wore a lot of blackface early in his career. He doesn't want to be canceled. So he has to do a nightly 10 minutes on Trump is literally Hitler and we're all going to die if we don't stop this. And that's just the shtick. That's the thing. And knowing that to be the case, if your motivation really is to sell leftist ideas, they should actually try to be funny, because they're not funny. Like Colbert is not funny. It's not that I don't know that he's capable of being funny. It's that they don't bother to go the extra mile, because the one thing like on my show is I am obviously not trying to be in charge of our democracy. You know, democracy is the name of a drag queen that dances at liberal kindergarten classes. I should be anywhere near democracy. Okay, but the point is, if you make funny jokes around serious matters, your opinion winds up carrying more weight because you seem like you're bargaining with them in good faith. But if you sit down on Kimmel and you're like, Trump, am I right, you guys? Like, what's Donald? It's like, you know, some losers gravitate towards that, but it actually hurts the liberal agenda because they just look like a grievance movement instead of a solutions movement.
You're so right about this. It's not a Trump issue with bodies. It's an infrastructure and an equipment technology issue. I mean, we're living in a PS5 world, and yet Newark Airport's operating, like you said, on a Commodore 64. It's like they're still playing Atari and Duck Hunt. Like, can you upgrade your system?
Oh, man. That is funny. They are playing Duck Hunt because everyone in Newark is armed. So they are. But give me this really quick. I had one of the funniest flying experiences of my life. I'll do it in 2 seconds in Newark. The first time I got TSA pre-check, like 2-3 years ago, I was booked in like 55 cities to go do stand-up, which is a big deal for me. And I was like, wow, I'm going to be everywhere. I got to get this TSA pre-check. So I went to like a Staples and sat for the interview. They screen you there. There's a processing. You pay like $55. You get the pre-check. Well, I went to Newark Airport. That's where my flight was. My first flight with TSA pre-check was going down to Nashville to do New Year's Eve for Fox News. And I couldn't find the pre-check line, at which point a uniformed woman with some form of a badge. I flagged her down and I go, hey, can you tell me where TSA pre-check is here at Newark Liberty International Airport? And she goes, nah, son, we ain't doing that S tonight.
And that's home.
And you see, I called the abbreviation live radio. I get it, but she did not abbreviate it. She did not say the word S.
We played this earlier, Jimmy. I know this has been a big topic on your show, the Jake Tapper book that dozens of people are reading. But the amount of airtime that this book is getting, is astounding to me. He went on Stephen A. Smith's show with Alex Thompson and was asked about the criticism that he's just cashing in on a book after actively participating in the cover-up of Biden's decline. This is cut 28. He takes a little offense to this line of questioning. This is 28, Phil. You have it there? 28? There you go. Roll it.
In terms of the left, it's a money grab. I mean, that's not the case. It's not. This is. I don't want to get into where my money comes from, but I'm, CNN is my main job, and that's where my main source of income by far. Very few people write books to make money. You write a book because you want to say something, you want to have a legacy, you want to uncover something, you have a message you want to get out there. I don't think people write books about Joe Biden to make money. We are gratified that people are buying this book.
That's a good point.
But I don't think, the idea that I would do this for money is it's silly and not true.
So we have conflicting messages, Jimmy, and I'm not sure if your next endeavor is a book deal or not. But on one hand, we've got Jake Strapper telling us that books, you don't generate any money. It's gas money. And then Bernie Sanders, when asked about 4 homes, it's not insider trading. I've written a lot of successful books. Which one is it?
I love this so much because the Jake Tapper thing, when you see him say, it's not about the money. You know what I'm saying? He's saying it with that same level of conviction. Have you ever walked in a room and someone slams a laptop shut?
Yeah.
Don't know what they were watching, but
like your teenage son.
Yeah. I do it every day at 9:45.
Yeah, the rate of speed that laptop shuts at is such an admission of some form of guilt.
Yep.
Like you don't
Something
necessarily
Dad was looking at.
Yeah.
You don't necessarily hear the goat sound.
Right.
The laptop slam shut, and it's the same look on his face. Like if you were to roll the clip again and go look at his face, because maybe of all the questions, he's got to be prepared for that question, and he clearly wasn't. Of course, it's about the money. I mean, there are motivations besides the money for him. To be clear, I think you guys have probably discussed this. It's an exercise in image rehabilitation because they're trying to make it look like they got it wrong, because saying they got it wrong implies that there was an attempt to get it right. Mm-hmm. And we all know there was no attempt to get it right in real time because they were taking the White House at its word when they were holding press conferences where Biden read the list of questions off a note card and read the answers. Okay, if he shook hands with an invisible person, we all know about this stuff. You guys talking to dead people. It's not like there weren't signs. You know what I'm saying? And the only reason I just want to make this point is if Tapper genuinely is bargaining in good faith with the American people, which he's not, the follow-up to this book would be an immediate demand for some type of an investigation into the auto pens and the pardons.
Yeah.
Because if we now agree, well, going back to 2020, this guy was cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Shouldn't we then want to know what actually took place and whether or not it was legal? But they're not calling for that because to this day, they still don't want to hurt the Democratic Party. So even now, they're only admitting to the Biden thing because it no longer matters.
Yep.
But if Biden were to announce right now, if Jill was like, you know what, I missed Air Force One, we're doing it again in 2028, they'd probably stop reporting on this because they don't want to hurt the Democratic nominee.
Yeah, no, it's a great point. And by the way, Jimmy, there's nothing worse than when you have to rush and close the laptop on a Saturday when the wife and girls are coming back from the grocery store. Just want to put that out there.
Jesus, man. This woman was arrested for allegedly hitting a boy who called her fat and Miss Piggy on the flight home from a Disney vacation.
Miss Piggy?
So a kid, a little punk kid calls this woman fat, and she slugs him. Right or wrong?
Ooh, I like this.
Roll this. This is sorry, Phil. This is 29. Cut 29 if you can. There you go. News report.
Christy Lee Crampton was set to be back home from her family's Disney World vacation. Instead, she made her first appearance in front of a Seminole County judge Tuesday, charged with felony child abuse. Allegiant Flight 2885 to Hagerstown, Maryland was set to take off from Orlando Sanford International Airport just before 2 p.m. Monday. But according to this arrest report, Crampton and witnesses on the plane tell police the child called Crampton fat and Miss Piggy, telling her she couldn't fit in the airplane seat.
Oh.
That's when witnesses say Crampton began hitting the child with her fist.
Nice.
And then hit him on the head with a water bottle.
Oh, fat shaming.
Then the report says she slammed the child's head into the airplane window.
Wow.
The child used his arms to cover his head. Airport police haven't said how old the child is, but Crampton told police the child was very rude and disrespectful during their trip to Disney, and that after the child called her fat, she took his phone away. She claims he then pushed her arm off the armrest twice, and that's when she began smacking him. But police and witnesses say she went beyond typical disciplinary actions. One witness saying the woman was not correcting the child, she was abusing him.
Two things.
Oh, stop.
This is great. It looks like it happened on Allegiant, if I'm looking at that flight correctly. So once again, all of the nonsense occurs on Allegiant, Frontier, or Spirit. It's never Delta or United or like American Airlines or anything like that. And secondly, Jimmy, I don't know about you, but in 1995, I used to call girls in the 4th grade Miss Piggy if they were a little.
Oh, that's you're hideous.
I'm just proud that Miss Piggy's still a thing 30 years later.
You're a hideous person, Kayal.
Well, listen, I mean, I'm in a weird spot here because I pay money to get beat up by women on the internet. No.
He likes it.
Shout out to Lady X. I'm kidding. I made that up. But hold on a second. There is an issue here, okay? The fact that he called her Miss Piggy, you're coming back from a Disney park. Miss Piggy is a Muppet.
Yeah.
So it's possible she's just trying to beat the Disney culture. He should like Ursula from The Little Mermaid because she was a little bit bigger. So I don't know if there's an effort to maintain some type of continuity from the trip. Obviously, you can't be beating up kids like this in public. But you're right to say the fact that it's on Allegiant they probably left this out of the report. Allegiant probably charged her a $75 fee for failing to declare the beating before she boarded the plane. Do that on those airlines.
Yeah.
The ticket $33 when you buy it, but by the time you get on the plane, you're out $417. And that's why everyone's in a bad mood on Allegiant. So I almost give grace to this, as crazy as it sounds, because I grew up in an era where parents beat us.
Yes.
Let me ask you this, okay? How come she can't beat someone on a plane, but the First Lady of France can? Draw the line here.
It's a great point. Well, where are this kid's parents?
Well, I suspect this is her kid.
No, right? I don't think it was.
It's a stranger. I think it's her kid.
You think it was her kid?
Articulated, because I was wondering the same thing. But you know what? If the kid is this bratty, we know where his parents are. Sitting with Nathan. I'm up in 3B with that chunky lady.
So here's the question. Let me ask you this, because I think we've all been in this situation before. You're sitting on a flight, kid behind you with the parents, and there's some sort of annoyance or nuisance going on. Maybe they're kicking the seat. How many times does it have to happen before you, on the receiving end, turn around and say something to the parent?
For real, it's real talk. The kicks have to be ahead of the alcohol consumption.
Yes.
I've been kicked 5 times, but I've been served 6 drinks. It doesn't matter to me. But if you're in double-digit kicks and you're still on your first drink, you might be like, hey, you guys got to rein that in a little bit.
Yeah.
But that's generally how it works. When I fly, just so you guys know,
yeah,
it's like I'm like a time traveler. I don't experience any of it. Like I really do. Like for cross-country flights, I get smashed and go to bed. That is my strategy.
Yes.
And I just did this to Seattle, and apparently the pilot practiced the same method I did, because we had a wild ride to Seattle 2 weeks ago.
Man,
I was like, you too? Bloody Mary?
I've got to go boozing with Faila.
Yeah.
This is too good to be true.
Oh, yeah. He's a good time, man. He's a good time. Ever since that bottle of Michter's he gave me 5 years ago, Faila. I haven't forgotten about it.
How about this? Here's what we have to do. We have to sell a remote at a swim-up pool bar with Faila, Zioli, myself, and anybody else that enjoys being inebriated. I think it'd be the show of the year.
And in a swimsuit.
Oh, I didn't say that.
You know what? And if you hang up a Fox banner, Zioli will be there. Absolutely. He'll take a bull. He'll fly a Legion Air with the violent lady.
Oh my God.
hit on Fox. It's actually a punch in the face from some violent disgruntled customer. But I love that. It's fine.
Jimmy Fallon will be live at Soul Trolls in Pottstown, PA, August 9th. Tickets are available at foxacrossamerica.com. Make sure you get those tickets now. Show up. Show Jimmy Fallon, the 1210 audience, loves him and shows up for his event. So make sure you buy tickets early and often. So there's 3 guys and a female right now, but Dawn has 2 boys and a husband. This is cut 11, Phil. So Jimmy, I'm sure this happens in your house. You have a son, but I'm sure your wife has issues with this. I'm sure Kayal, your wife, has issues with this.
Well, she has issues in general.
When men, I have to be careful the way I say this. When men are relieving themselves, sometimes we get stuff on the back of the toilet.
It happens,
right? It happens. So this husband, to his credit, showed his wife that it's not that easy. It's not that easy to do this. So what did he do? He had her demonstrate with a garden hose.
Oh boy.
So it's a bucket and a garden hose, and he wants to show her how hard it is to aim and hit the bowl.
Mm-hmm.
You got it, Dawn?
I got it.
Okay. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Let's roll this.
Prove a point, and we're about to prove ours. All right.
So she puts it.
Come on, what are we doing?
She puts the hose between her legs.
Shorten it up.
Shorten it.
Shorten that thing up.
No,
that
you're
is way too
showing
big.
down
Shorten
here.
that thing up.
That's cheating.
There you
That's
go.
not
No, it
fair.
ain't. No, it ain't.
Oh my gosh.
All right, ready?
You ready?
Yeah, go.
All right, show me what you got.
Go.
Show me what you got. It's coming. Hold on.
Oh.
Yeah.
See?
Oh,
See?
What are you?
Come on, get it in there. Get it in the bucket.
Yeah.
See, it's not that easy, is it?
Come on.
And this is in broad
Get it in the
daylight.
bucket
Yeah.
now.
No,
in the bucket.
this ain't even right.
Get it in the bucket.
Yeah.
Come on. And I tell you, sometimes it comes out in dual streams. That be shooting out left, right.
By the way,
Dual
this guy's got a
streams. Come on,
mullet.
get it in the bucket.
Well,
Get it in the bucket. Come on now.
If you cut it off and back on.
What? Well, I ain't got control over cutting on and off. That thing cuts on by itself. Come on, get it in there. You got it everywhere. It's all over yonder.
I'm
Get
getting
it
it on my
You
shoes.
missed. You missed. Now it's all over the back side of the toilet.
Oh my.
Get it in there. Come
This
on.
was,
It's gotta be.
this was filmed in Arkansas public housing.
See, Dawn, it's not that easy. It's
Now
not
shake
that
it at the
easy.
end.
Yeah. Now imagine that, Stenzlin, at 2 a.m. The lights are off. You've had 5 vodka cranberries, and there's a couple of specks on the ball the next
Let me
morning.
tell you something.
There's bigger travesties in this
No.
lifetime.
Doesn't happen at my house. You know why? My mom, Rosemary, started this. Yes, I'm Rosemary's baby. My mom started this where she would take a piece of like toilet paper that was colored and make a target and taught my brother how to aim. Target practice. So I did that with my sons. Perfect. So whether you're a Second Amendment person, right, you practice your aim, or whether on the toilet when they start when they're 2, you just do target practice. Doesn't happen in my home. I'm just Jimmy is silent.
Jimmy, do you ever miss the ball on a cross-country flight after you've had 6 Bloody
I'm
Marys?
serious.
No, my pee game is pretty accurate because I grew up with 6 people in one bathroom. Okay. So I'm going to piggyback off what Dawn said. There's a lot of times where you want a bathroom in a Levitt house where, there's one of the other 5 people are in there and you have to take an outdoorsman. And when you go take an outdoorsman as a little kid on like the side of the house, you absolutely aim for a target, like Dawn was just saying. So you'd pee on like a rhododendron leaf or something like that. Yeah, and you drill the target. That's why I'm not kidding. You know when you go to the carnival and you play that game where you've got to shoot the water into the clown's mouth and up the pops?
Yeah.
I am a legend at that game. I once beat Judge Janine so bad at Coney Island that they didn't air it on the 5. She was, and they didn't want her to start screaming at me because I get aroused when she does that.
Oh, who doesn't?
Yeah.
By the way, I'm very disturbed the fact that she has now left the 5. That far left seat on television, it's not replaceable.
Yeah. 2 funny things to add. She stole my taxi once, like legitimately stole it during an. We aired it on the show because it was outrageous, and she almost killed the man, and I loved it. One of the funniest things I've ever seen, and she literally almost killed me. I've never seen a TV network go to commercial faster. I was filling in for Gutfeld on the 5 when I was new, and she didn't know me, and she didn't know that my background was comedy. And she was leading a segment about the director of Love Actually, and how 20 years later he had decided the film wasn't diverse enough. It was one of those like woke, moral brand statements. Yeah. And when she came to me, I said, I got to be honest, I did not watch Love Actually in the theaters. I was like 22 when it came out. And she goes, why? What was your favorite movie when you were 22 years of age? And I go, Horny Housewives 2. Director of the knew to cut to commercial immediately because she let go like a 6-minute profanity rant, and it was unbelievable. And just when she finished screaming at me, Kennedy goes, Judge, it's one of the few sequels where the acting is better than the original. I started screaming. It was one of the funniest things ever. But after that, she loved me because she knew it was a joke. She just thought for the first time, she's like, what's wrong with this guy?
Where'd they find this cat?
One more for Jimmy Faila before he has to go, and I will say this: make sure you go to foxacrossamerica.com right now and buy tickets for August 9th, Pottstown, PA. I'm talking to you. Hey, Tony out there in Pottstown. You're a big listener. Come on. Get tickets right now. Tony in Pottstown. Soul Joel's August 9th. Get tickets right now. foxacrossamerica.com. Jimmy, you're an 80s kid like me and Kayal are. The Rec Room. The 80s Rec Room. This guy on TikTok brought the 80s Rec Room back with all the decorations. Get on over to YouTube to see this video, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. He set up his basement to look like a early 80s, mid 80s Rec Room, and it is the coolest thing I've ever seen. Roll this.
Oh, the carpet.
Yeah, look at the carpet. The Chainsaw Massacre poster.
This is fantastic.
Oh, the old Pepsi logo.
Oh, man. Straight out of like a Pizza Hut. I love that Pepsi sign.
Betamax. There's that Freddy Krueger doll, one of those monsters with the chains on them. Yep. Castle Grayskull? Come on. Wow. Come on. Who remembers Castle Grayskull? Yeah. Halloween.
Jaws.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Payphone.
A payphone. A Commodore 64 or whatever. Friday the 13th poster.
Yep.
Love it. This guy went in.
I want this.
Shag carpet.
Yes.
Oh.
King of the Remote. One of those.
First Apple computer.
The only thing he's missing is a Hustler magazine in the nightstand.
Yes. Look at there's the Nintendo with the Duck Hunt gun.
Yeah.
Oh man.
This is. I wanna hang out with this guy. Look at that.
I want to set up. I want to set up a Comrex in there and do my show from there.
Yeah, the basement is back. That is so rad.
Yeah,
man. That really does take me back.
It does. Vintage video basements. On TikTok.
That's what they are. That's cool. That thing.
Yeah.
That was
like the man
amazing.
cave.
Yeah.
That was amazing. It's like it's so good to go back to the 80s. There's so much feel goodery in the 80s.
There is.
Everything that was popular made you feel good.
Yeah.
Because even horror movies, the special effects in Leprechaun are so bad, or Chucky, since we lost a great actor this week. Me and my son just watched Chucky like 2 months ago, and it's laugh out loud funny because the effects are so bad.
So bad.
Oh, it's amazing. You know when the woman just like throws herself out a window in Chicago? Yeah. She sees the doll and somehow catapults through 2 walls and out a window into the Chicago.
But Jimmy, that movie scared the living S out of me for a long time. I was afraid of those. Remember the My Buddy dolls? Like I was afraid of those My Buddy dolls because I thought it was going to be Chucky was going to come to life and kill me.
That's funny. You see, I was never scared of like anything 3'5" because I work with Gutfeld every day.
Oh,
doesn't get you. I understand just the same, and I love all the campiness of the 80s. That was the thing you showed me all day. Absent that pee in a bucket video that was narrated by Louisiana Senator John Kennedy.
Oh man, how dare you?
These people are about 10 exits past normal.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. Jimmy, great stuff. Don't forget, August 9th, Soul Joel's, Pottstown, Pennsylvania. Get your tickets, foxacrossamerica.com. I am 1,000% coming out to see you, and then I just really want to get drunk with you afterwards.
Oh, you damn, we're shutting down Pottstown. Let's go.
Let's drink it dry, baby.
Love you, Jimmy.
Shutting down Pottstown. Love you, buddy. You can hear Jimmy tonight at 7 p.m. Who are your guests tonight? Do you know?
Oh, tonight on the show?
Yes.
Yeah.
I have no idea.
Corey Booker.
I'm going to my production meeting in like an hour. I'll know in an hour. So there we go. How about that?
August 9th, Pottstown, PA, Soldiers. Get your tickets now.
Yep. Thank you, Jimmy.
Thanks, Jimmy.
Thanks, Jimmy.
Love you.
Love you, buddy.
All right,
ya.
Kayal and Company, we will continue. How does he get out of the cut sheet at 8:30, by the way?
I
Yeah,
know.
he-
Look
we
at
have to
that.
stay till 10?
He's busy.
If he leaves, I'll leave. Dawn will leave. The sales interns will leave. It'll be anarchy.
Anarchy.
All right.
Pottstown, by the way, is home to the Hill School, where Eric and Don Jr. went to school.
Fascinating.
Just thought I'd mention that.
Of course.
Is there anything that doesn't relate to the Trumps that you would like to talk to us
no.
about, Dawn?
Yes.
Oh, my Lord.
You want me to talk to about Piazza Mazda?
Yeah, and then,
Yes.
Dawn, I need you to talk to us about Kitchen Magic.
All right,
So
let's stack them up here one
stack
by
'em
one.
up.
How about that?
Come on.
All right, Piazza Mazda. Check out their extensive crossover and SUV lineup. It's available today at Piazza Mazda. And right now, they are offering 1.9% financing off of the capable CX-50. If you want to go a little bigger, your wife wants that third row. I know the wives and the kids, they love the third row these days. How about the CX-90? And, of course, the CX-70 plug-in hybrid. The sleek Mazda CX-5 and sporty CX-30 also available at 2.9%, all for 36 months. You can shop with confidence at Piazza Mazda in Westchester or Reading, as current inventory is unaffected by those pesky tariffs. Visit piazzamazda.com. Check them out today.
We got to talk about the heart of your home at Kitchen Magic. They believe the heart of your home deserves American-made high quality that you can trust. And that's why Kitchen Magic, they make all their products right in Nazareth, Pennsylvania. So you're not going to face any possible shipping delays or tariff surprises or any surprises. As a local family-owned company, they are proud to offer reliable service and custom kitchen remodeling you can count on. Now, right now, for the rest of the month of May, this is May only, you enjoy up to 30% off your dream kitchen. You want to do this. Here we are, May 29th. TikTok, what are you waiting for? Just visit them, kitchenmagic.com. Schedule your free design consultation today and get 30% off your dream kitchen. Just visit them, kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Now is the perfect time to start on your next success. An accredited state university, University of Maryland Global Campus offers online and hybrid courses. Plus, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. No application fee if you apply by May 30th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
At California Psychics, we know some people can't read the career warning signs, like your boss still not knowing your name.
You, Tina, Lisa, Sheila, whatever. Get that report to me by lunch, okay? It's Carrie, ma'am. Just get it done, Terry.
So talk to California Psychics and receive the career guidance you need. We only connect you with the very best, so guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. California Psychics. Call 1-800-PREDICT today and get 20 minutes for just $20.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Not available in all states. Rates vary. Building a financial safety net for your family can be tough. But with term life insurance through Ethos, you can have peace of mind that they can pay the mortgage and other bills if something happens to you. With coverage in as little as 10 minutes, all online, Ethos finds your best rate across their multiple trusted carriers. Some policies as low as $1 a day billed monthly. And even in uncertain times, your term life insurance rates and payout don't change. Get your free quote at ethos.com/life. That's ethos.com/life.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Do not miss out on the memorial sale at Rescue Natural Supplements going on now. With prices rising across the country, Rescue is rolling back pricing to the year 2010. Plus, enjoy their fantastic buy 2 bottles, get 1 free, and buy 3 bottles and get 2 free memorial deals. Stock up on your favorite, save big with Rescue rollback pricing, generous free bottle offers. Whether you're in need of 1250 omega-3s, cholesterol supporters, probiotics, or natural pain relief, everything is on sale. Order, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a Rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com. res-q.com. Don't miss this opportunity for huge savings on over 50 Rescue products to tackle your health goals. Remember, 2010 rollback prices and the memorial deals are going on now through May 29th. So go shop res-q.com. That's res-q.com.
Yo, Doylestown. We know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT.
All right, Kayal and Company, it's 8:36 on a Thursday morning. Great stuff out of Jimmy Faila. He's done with the cut sheet, but we continue on.
This GOP strategist predicts that the Dems winning the House in 2026, which I think is a very likely possibility, could actually kill them in 2028. This is cut 14, Phil. Do you agree with this, by the way?
I need to hear the rationale behind that.
Roll it.
Since I can speak with authority on this, with some authority being as I have helped elect probably more Democratic presidents than anyone on this phone call. We've got an election in 18 months for the House, and Republicans, a brake pedal off your election. The world's going to be very different, and there are going to be investigations and impeachments and charges, maybe court battles. We're going to be back in large part where we were. Donald Trump is once again going to be the man who defines what the Democratic Party is. And I think the way Democrats are going to separate themselves is the odd and outrage primary. They're going to continue to go left. I don't think that story is finished yet. We're going to get more, not less. I don't think that's the anti-establishment we're going to see. And that's where the money's going to be.
Which money?
Political money for Democrats. Big money, little money.
Being against Trump?
This guy's smoking a cigar in box 2.
He's going to suck up everything. He's the leader of the Democratic Party, and he's going to be more so. There's no oxygen other than him. If that happens, it may not. Losing the House may kill Democrats because it keeps them in the past.
Losing the House or winning the House?
Winning the House. Winning. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Okay.
Actually,
go ahead, John.
I
was just going to say quick.
Yeah, we don't need to hear from Cigar Guy. Enough oxygen has been sucked up in that $5. So, yeah, I actually agree with all of that because historically, yes, when the Republicans have full control or the other party has full control of everything, then historically the other party grabs one in the midterm. So I could see that happening. And, yes, they're going to keep going left because that's where the money wants it to go. And look, we're 2016. We're 9 years into the Trump era of politics. They haven't changed. So why would they change in 2026, 2027, or in 2028? And yes, if you try to impeach him again and investigate, you haven't learned anything. They're going to continue to talk down to men. They're going to continue the same playbook, which if you're J.D. Vance or Marco Rubio, you probably love in 2028. I actually agree with everything there. Who was that guy?
I have no idea. He says he's gotten more Democrats elected than anybody on the panel, so.
I don't know. I think maybe Axelrod and Carville might want to challenge him on that, but.
Well, maybe anybody on the panel. This C-SPAN caller presses, this you'll both love this. This C-SPAN caller presses teachers union leader Randy Weingarten on her role in pushing for school closures during COVID. Roll this.
Guest number one, I believe the general consensus these days is that the school closures due to COVID had a negative impact on educating the children. Number two, I'm curious as to what role the guest played in advocating for the school closures. And number three, is the guest a Marxist or a socialist? Thank you.
Wow.
So number one, let me answer it in the inverse way.
She's never smiled.
Number one.
No, she's just
my
a miserable human.
grandparents, my grandfather, who was in medical school at the time, escaped from pogroms in Russia and in Ukraine. And every time somebody actually calls me a Marxist, I think about my grandfather and that he would be rolling in his grave.
How about a socialist?
So that's number one. Please, give me a break. I am a person who believes in opportunity for all and dignity for all, and I fight for it every single day of the week. And I am actually a progressive capitalist. So that's who I am.
What is that?
Number two.
Progressive capitalist.
I believe that COVID closures did hurt kids, and I have said that over and over again. And in April of 2020, we were the first ones to actually put out a report about how to reopen schools and reopen them safely. And try to make schools the priority, not, look, I understand why bars and why the economic.
Wasn't there a montage of her saying, oh, I was the first one to say I wanted schools open, and there was a montage of her into 2023 saying, well, I don't know, it's not safe for kids to go to school.
It really pisses me off.
We played played that montage.
Everything that she said publicly was contradicted by her private emails that were exposed. And by the way, how can you be a progressive capitalist, Dawn? That's like saying I'm a fat vegan. It doesn't work. It doesn't jive. Progressivism is all about socialism and equity and diversity and inclusion, and you get a little bit and I get a little bit, regardless of how talented you are and what you've earned and what you deserve. Progressive capitalist?
It's capital. Let's see. Progressive capitalism is an economic framework that seeks to recalibrate the roles of the market, the state, and civil society to enhance societal well-being.
And defeat oligarchy. That's right.
So basically you're throwing out the idea of just working hard to get ahead the American dream, because essentially what she's saying, the capital that you're earning is, to make civil society a better place.
Yeah.
So the capital is not like cash.
Right.
The capital that you're gaining is actually a warm, fuzzy feeling.
Don't these people realize that the internet exists and there's video of them saying with time and date and
No, because they go on these media outlets that don't challenge them, and she was never expecting to get a challenging call like that.
But
Especially C-SPAN.
Yeah, but also to your point, because they know that if you just say it over and over and over, and then it always goes viral, and people get their news from social media, which Greg always says, don't get your news from social media.
That's right.
But they know that the shame of this is the vast majority, not you guys, but I mean the vast majority of Americans are ill-informed.
Yep.
And we wiped out history education in most schools. So they don't even know the history.
And the worst part of this, because she's the leader of the AFT, the American Federation of Teachers, is she's just such a miserable human being. She's always caught in a lie. She played politics with our kids. That's why some kids are a grade and a half behind in math or reading. And she actually gives some teachers a bad reputation. There's so many great teachers out there. So I was at my daughter's 5th grade Jungle Book school play last night. I mean, these teachers were so invested. You would have thought they were putting on a Broadway play. They're not being compensated to be there at 7:30 at night. They're living and dying with every kid praying that they don't screw up their lines. And then you have this lady who kind of sullies, a lot of the reputations of what we think about teachers from the pandemic.
To be fair, in 3 weeks they'll have 10 weeks off. So
that is a nice perk, isn't it?
Yeah. By the way,
I'm just throwing a turd in the punch.
I'm telling you, if I would have ever became a teacher, I would have taken my 10 weeks. I would have cut grass to make some side money, coached football, and taken my salary for 42 weeks.
With that vocabulary, you never would have become a teacher.
I would have been a great. I'd teach driver's ed, coach football.
Driver's ed. Hey,
that was
driver's ed and coach football.
That was what that was our varsity head coach. He was a driver's ed teacher. Most of them teach gym and health, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Yeah. How about that for a gig? You teach gym class and physical education and health, and coach sports, and get away with it.
Coaching, those coaches work their keisters off.
Oh, I know.
And especially a football coach, you basically have 1 week off a year.
But I just love the fact that you could be a teacher and you're in the gym all day playing dodgeball. It's unbelievable. What a life.
Do they still play dodgeball?
We used to.
Do they?
Good.
Good. We used to have names for it that you can't say on radio anymore.
Did you pickleball?
Yeah, pickleball's all the rage now.
Yeah.
Just wait till all those soft tissue injuries start piling up.
All right, can we get to this? This I think is, we talked about we played the clip of that strategist saying that if it would actually hurt the Democrats if they win the House in 2025. This person is explaining why Democrats are leaving the party in droves. This is a guy. I mean, look, we can agree with the message, but again, filming himself in his car.
Yeah, this has got to stop.
Yeah. Roll this.
As a black man who's been Democrat his entire life, I'm about to give you the top reasons why I became a Republican.
Uh-oh.
Reason number 1, Republicans do not with anything that is woke. Woke started out as something that was supposed to be generally good. It was made to highlight the racial injustice that was happening in this country at the time and just to shine a general light on it. Not to cause riots, not to start looting and doing all this crazy and bugging the out. No, just to shine a light on it so that we can, make it a little bit better. But somebody on the Democratic side, and I gotta be honest, they definitely weren't black, got a hold of it and said, woke, oh my God, what is this? What is woke? And you know what they did? Took woke and they turned it into some of the most ridiculous, nonsensical I've ever seen or heard in my life. Reason number 2, the Republicans have become the party of logic, reason, common sense, and rational thought. And honestly, I don't know when the hell that happened because growing up, I always knew them as the party of racists and bigots, and that was it. That was all I was told by Democrats. They were just racists and bigots. That's it. Complete brainwashing by the Democratic Party my whole life, but now I see things for how they really are. Icing on the cake, Donald Trump almost gets assassinated, and he stands up in the middle while everyone else is freaking the out. I was like, no, where's my shoes? I need my shoes. I knew then. I was like, okay, yeah, that's my president. I knew then. I was like, yep, a lot more things I can get into, but to keep it short and sweet, that's why I became a Republican. I started seeing all the flaws of the Democratic Party, and I saw that they were doing nothing to do anything about it to change, and they still haven't done it.
Just wait till he gets a load of MAGA Mike Johnson and what a waste of space he is. Then he'll be flipping back part. He'll be independent in about 6 weeks. Nice work out of that guy. By the way, I still really do think, and I know the uptick was not what people were expecting, but we did see Trump gain with black voters, specifically black male voters. I forget what the percentage was. But I'm telling you, that resonated. When you got shot and you got back up and started pumping your fists, I know we've talked about the iconic element of it and, the picture that's in the White House and the visual image, but that resonates with certain communities. I mean, Don, we just talked about it in the news this morning. 30 bullets into that GMC, what was that, a Denali or whatever it was, right? Like, all of a sudden you're like, everybody else is freaking out, and this guy was a millimeter from having his head split into 14 pieces, and he's out there fist pumping. This whole notion, by the way, I was with my mother-in-law last night.
Here we go.
Here we go.
And she was like, "Oh, did you see him flipping out? People calling him chicken with Putin?" And I'm like, "You really think? I mean, do I have to remind?" By the way, the irony of the fact that I was with my mother-in-law on July 13th when he got shot. If that isn't something from the heavens above, I don't know what is. You can't call the guy weak, soft, or a chicken when you get shot in the head and you get back up. So that narrative has to be thrown out the window. Rant over.
By the way, I want to, Jimmy, Phil, somebody, find that guy because he's going to become a Tuesday contributor to Kayal and Company.
Yeah, we need a Thursday slot.
I'm serious. I'm serious. I like that guy.
So do I.
I like that guy a lot. He's going to become a contributor.
Let's do it.
Thank you. Because that's what I do. I discover talent.
Wow. Started with Dawn. Then it came to me. Now it's gonna be the Tuesday guy that became a Republican. But here's the deal. If he's gonna join the show, he can't do any more videos from the passenger seat.
Yeah.
We've got to end that.
Yeah. He needs to be in a studio.
And by the way, is he behind the wheel?
No.
It always looks like they're on the right-hand side,
It
but I
does.
think when you flip the camera, it gives you the impression that he is, but he's actually on the left-hand side.
So Mark Jackson used to be an NBA player, right? And is now he's the
color analyst, I think, for NBC Sports Philadelphia.
For the Sixers games, right?
For the Sixers, yes.
So apparently he was out in a boot in Philly, and somebody spit on his Tesla.
That's interesting. A 6'10" guy in a Tesla. I'm wondering if this is a Cybertruck.
Well, I'm just so what happened? Because apparently he was sitting in it, or he was right next to it when this individual, as he says, honked a loogie on his Tesla. What did he do about it? Roll this. Thank you, Crossing Broad, for this.
Controversial take. Strap in.
Uh-oh.
My name is Mark Jackson. I'm the owner of a Tesla. I was coming out of a dry cleaner, and as I'm coming out of the dry cleaner, a man is walking towards me, and he sees my vehicle. I see him literally hog spit and spit on my vehicle. Remember, the Teslas record everything around them. So I have it on video, this man hog spitting on my car. He's walking towards me after he just spit on my car, and I literally stop in front of him. He runs into my chest. He stopped, and he looks up. And as he's looking up, I said, why did I deserve for you to hog spit on my car? And as he continues to look up, he literally looks at my face, and he starts shaking, literally, in front of a lot of witnesses.
You're 6'10".
And literally start pissing his pants. I said, why did I deserve, like, no, literally, he peed on himself while I'm saying, why did I deserve to spit in my car? I said, because I own a Tesla. I don't believe in what the founder believes in and what he supposedly believes in. I don't care. That's not me. I like electric vehicles. I don't have to explain myself to you. But as a human being, I did not deserve for you to spit on my vehicle. You obviously got something deeper going on. I said, apologize. And he said, I'm sorry for spitting on your vehicle. I said, you have a great day and God bless you. And I walked off. Am I right? Am I wrong? It's irrelevant. Obviously, he had something going on deeper in his life that he thought was literally worthy of him hog spitting on my vehicle. Big Mark Jackson, I'm out. That's my take.
That's the take. That's
Wow.
the big take from Mark Jackson. I like it.
Wow.
We'll get him on. He'll be our Thursday contributor. We'll do the Thursday big take with Mark. He didn't say anything wrong. And by the way, this whole notion that just because you drive a Tesla that you believe everything Elon Musk believes with Doge or his affiliation with Trump, I mean, my God, it's just it's wild to me that everybody that loved Elon Musk for his desire to make the world better with climate and electric vehicles and everything he stands for going into space. And honestly, Mark got lucky. I mean, he could have been firebombed, right?
Yeah.
Could have had a Molotov cocktail thrown at it, like all those people that were dealing with that back in January and February.
But think about this, that back in the day, I would imagine that people, if you saw Mark, somebody would assume, or maybe he would have assumed back in the day, that this is a case of racism. But nobody even would think about that.
Mm-hmm.
It's the new kind of racism or ism that's allowed, the discrimination that's allowed, is if you own a Tesla, if you're a Trump supporter, or if you're Jewish. That's what's happening in real time.
Yeah. And so, everybody just thinks that just because you have an electric vehicle or a gas vehicle, that it's a political statement. Like Mark Jackson, he might just like electric vehicles.
He said he did.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right?
It has nothing to do with politics to him. He didn't realize, I guess.
But even if it did, it's his right to own whatever he wants to, and to have some D-bag come and, as he says, hog spit on him. I've never heard that before.
Yeah.
Hog spit?
Would you rather hog spit or hawk tua? Poll question, Phil.
We should. So coming up at 9:10, we have the Thursday edition of Fight Club submitted by Senator Ed Durr. Ed the trucker submitted a Fight Club for today, so we will have that coming up at 9:10. Plus,
even politicians want to be a part of Fight Club.
Of course, everybody wants to be a part of the Cut Sheet and Fight Club. But first, before we get to all of that, a woman on TikTok, or maybe this was Instagram, claims she had a 7-year sinus infection that she could not get around, clear up. She found out she had E. coli in her sinuses. How did she get it?
E. coli is poop.
How did she get it? We will tell you on the other side.
How about that for a tease? Oh, man. Kayal and Company, 9 o'clock hour on a Thursday. It's next.
The success you've already had matters at University of Maryland Global Campus because we're a school for real life. An accredited state university, UMGC lets you earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning, life, and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer affordable tuition and online and hybrid courses. No application fee if you apply by May 30th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Career changers, including veterans and active duty service members. Your transition starts here. Go from GI to IT in a matter of months. Become a certified cyber warrior with training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, offering IT pros great opportunities and a rewarding lifestyle while protecting our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. Deploy your career in IT today. Learn more at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. SkillBridge and other VA benefits are available to those who qualify.
For Governor, Jack Ciattarelli has President Trump's complete and total endorsement.
This is Jack Ciattarelli. Just like President Trump is taking on the status quo in Washington, when I'm governor, we're going to do the same in New Jersey. I'll end Murphy Sanctuary State for illegals, stop overdevelopment in our suburbs, cap property taxes, and instead of worrying about kids' pronouns, we'll get back to teaching the basics in our schools.
Jack Ciattarelli, President Trump's only endorsed candidate for governor. Paid for by Ciattarelli for Governor Inc., P.O. Box 225, Annandale, New Jersey.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Check the back seat. Check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good, because every year dozens of children are forgotten in the back seat. Cars get hot fast and can be deadly, so get it in your head. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Hey, daydreamer. Did we catch you thinking about your dreams? With Wells Fargo Premier, a team can help you plan for them. So let's imagine your biggest dream. Not the easy one, the one behind it. The one you work towards every day and every night. Can you see it? Then we can help you plan for it. Ready to start planning for your dreams? You can at wellsfargo.com/getpremier.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia. Every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
See Joe Conklin in the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood High School on Baker Ave, July 11th, and at the Ocean City Music Pier, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com.
Get ready for
your workouts will.
Stay tuned for.
Are you tired of?
You can skip a lot of things in life, but not everything. With Citizens, get the advice and tools you need to financially handle all of life's unskippable moments. So you're ready for your best friend's wedding, a broken down car, your kid getting into their dream school, and every expense in between. From making a plan to staying on track, make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Stop feeling embarrassed about thinning hair and start looking and feeling your best with Hair Grow by New Nordic. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com, or at your local CVS.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ziprecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ziprecruiter.com/radio to try it for free. That's ziprecruiter.com/radio.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, everybody.
9 o'clock hour underway. It's Kayal and Company on a Thursday morning. Nick Kayal, Dawn Stensland, Greg Stocker, Bill Almquist, Jimmy Kelly. We've got sales reps in here. Jimmy Faila is here. Who else can we bring in? Box 5, Box 6. We're out of seats in the studio.
It's a party, baby. It's a party.
A party.
Come on.
Everybody wants to be a part of Kayal and Company. Now the question is, after I just told all these sales assistants the key to selling 1210, will they actually take my advice?
What was your advice?
Don't suck. Nope, can't reveal that on the air. But generally, don't suck. Have a pitch and don't suck. There you go. Gregory, as we continue, sir.
How did a woman get E. coli in her sinuses that caused a 7-year sinus infection? We will tell you in just a few minutes. But first, the federal court blocked Trump's tariffs. Ellie Honig was on CNN last night discussing this. This is cut 31. Roll this.
More breaking news now. A federal court has just blocked the bulk of President Trump's sweeping global tariffs from going into effect. The ruling comes from the U.S. Court of International Trade.
It's all right. It's all right. Just okay.
Control. Joined now by former federal prosecutor Ellie Honig and former senior advisor to President Obama, David Axelrod. Ellie, is this a judicial coup? What is this court?
No, this is a fully legitimate federal court. I should note, this was a 3-0 opinion. The 3 judges on this court were appointed by President Reagan, President Obama, and President Trump. So I don't know where they're getting this coup language from. This is a huge setback for Trump and his administration. As big a deal as the tariffs were, this is as big a deal in the opposite direction. It essentially pauses for now, rules illegal and unconstitutional, almost all of the tariffs that have been in place. And the core of the ruling is this. Typically, it is Congress that controls the tariff power. However, Congress can pass laws giving that power to the president in certain instances. They did that years ago in a statute called the IEPA, the International Emergency Economic Powers Act. Trump then declared, okay, we are in an international economic emergency because of our trade deficits, because of other economic worldwide factors. And this court unanimously 3-0 said that is not an economic emergency. That is not what the law means. Having trade deficits, which we've had for 49 years continuously, that is not an economic emergency and has now struck down for the time being all of those tariffs that were put in place on Trump's first day and then on, quote unquote, Liberation Day, April 2nd.
So when this happened last night, I was just leaving the school fifth grade play, and I saw it on my phone, and my first 2 reactions were, well, all the panicans out there that were losing their mind in the hysteria over tariffs, they should be rejoicing because now everything's put on pause. So then what is the solution? I don't have the answer from a legal perspective, but whether it's Ellie Honig, Jonathan Turley, somebody needs to explain Andrew McCarthy on Fox News. Well, then how do we get better tariff and trade deals if for 49 years at a trade deficit, we're basically on the losing end? So basically what you're saying is Trump can't right the wrongs, short-term pain for long-term better deals because, again, a court in a unanimous ruling 3-0 says this doesn't qualify for an economic emergency or whatever terminology they used. This is where I would love to have a legal analyst say, okay, well, then what are the alternative solutions? What options does Trump have at his disposal if he can't enact this act based on what he deems economic crisis? I don't know what the answer is to that. But once again, all I see is courts and judges, whether it's deportations, or any single policy that the American public voted for, and we're getting blocked here by federal judges and justices.
Yeah, and so the Trump administration already is preparing that response. But just you don't have to be a lawyer to say to yourself, well, wait a minute. If the executive branch or the president of the United States decides that something's an emergency, who the heck are these judges who I didn't elect them?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't elect any of these judges. They might have been appointed by whoever in the past, but you're telling me that in the executive branch or the president of the United States of America who says we have an impending crisis coming and we have to deal with this, and this court and these judges, non-elected, can decide what is or is not an emergency. And to me, if you say, well, this has been going on for 40 years, thus it's not an emergency, yeah, I think it is.
Yeah, it eventually all piles up and adds up to $38 trillion in debt or whatever we're in.
So it's not for them to decide what, and this is the ego of these people who are appointed and have these career jobs. And so I just think...
Well, the whole goal of this, you know what this is,
yes,
create a log jam for the next year and a half so Trump's agenda can't get passed into law, so that it looks like he failed on delivering on his promises, so Democrats have better success in the midterms. That's what this is about.
And that's why I believe the Supreme Court will, because we talked about even Kagan at the SCOTUS level, in other words, that even Justice Kagan, I think, in her indications early on, will rule that these lower courts, all of this flurry of activity shutting down the country or having a national impact as well as just a narrow impact is bad for America. It's not the intent of the law.
Mm-hmm.
And so to me, I think all of this goes away with that SCOTUS ruling once that comes back. But the problem is it probably won't come back until next month.
Yep.
In the meantime, they have to deal with now every time something happens, it's just the weaponization of these lower courts that think they can shut us down.
They've become the most powerful people right now in the country, dictating everything.
I'll give it a few weeks, and then they'll be shut down.
Coming up in 3 minutes, we have Fight Club. Fight Club that was contributed today by Senator Ed Durr, Ed the Trucker. He contributed to the cut sheet. Fight Club. He contributed to that, so that's coming up at 9:10. But first,
by the way, what do you think the odds are of Senator John Fetterman or Senator Dave McCormick contributing the Fight Club?
Well, I still want to get Fetterman. Fetterman a Kayal Company hoodie.
He could wear it. XXX.
Size, well, I don't know about that.
But
first, Michelle Obama on her podcast talks about how hard life is to be married to a man who's getting more fame and respect.
Oh.
She's really...
Well, what a victim she is.
She's really bitter. She's really angry.
Tough life she had, huh?
Like this, I feel like, Dawn, if I'm being sexist here, that's fine. But, correct me. Does it feel like this podcast for her is like a therapy session? You know what I mean? Like she just seems to be very just angry.
Yeah, and just a reminder to the female sales assistants in here, this is a free speech station, so.
Well, I hope Skopanich warned you. I hope Dave Skopanich warned you. We're not spinning the hits here on this radio station.
We're not very buttoned up.
We're not talking about should we retaliate against Spencer Strider on this radio station,
who has a great mustache.
He does.
The thing about it is, and I haven't consumed her entire podcast in context.
Right, nobody in America has.
Right? And so that's I don't know what to say. The image that we perceived of Michelle Obama, so has she changed, or did we just have a different image? I'm not sure.
Is there any doubt that divorce is coming with all the rumors?
I don't know what's going on. It just seems like you used to think of her as funny, positive energy, loved her kids, loved her, I don't know. Like it all of a sudden it just seems she has this anger or bitterness. Is she trying to do that? Maybe thinking that will get the podcast, that'll attract people. But I think people want positive energy.
Yes.
All right.
And even her brother seems like a sweetheart. But I don't know what to say. It's not at all the image that we had of her in the past.
All right, let's hear from Big Mike.
There was a line of people waiting to shake hands with our respective husbands,
Okay.
you know, people like reaching over our heads and spilling water on us, trying to get to these two, you know, illustrious men, you know, and she had the same look on her face as I did. Like, here we go, you know, and I looked over at this beautiful woman. Did we even have a conversation?
Not until later in that afternoon. And that
So
was.
you hadn't met?
We hadn't met.
You just
This
saw
was, you know,
each
kind of
other
but
at
I
the
just
table.
saw the
Yeah.
look on her face, which expressed the sentiments that I felt, which was
pissed off.
Yeah, it's almost as if she never realized that with fame and fortune comes inconvenience, people bothering you, your life is different, you can't go out all over the place and not be bothered. I mean, for 8 years you were in the White House. For the last 8-9 years, you've certainly still been involved, at least your husband is, you know, pulling the strings behind the scenes. I mean, for 25 years, she's lived the Nantucket gifted life, and that's not good enough for her. She might be proof that fame and fortune doesn't buy you happiness.
I don't know who the guest is.
I don't know who
Sorry. Yeah.
Here's what I would say about this.
Yep.
That this conversation. So they need a producer. They need like a brand manager. Like
Thank
Greg.
you. Thank you.
I mean, Greg already has like 50 jobs.
They
and
need
he's
a cut sheet.
Like, but seriously, so maybe that they're having a real conversation about what happens, especially if your husband is the president of the United States of America. But most people do not relate to that.
Yeah.
So what is your goal? What are you trying to prove here? What's your point? And you know, this is a lady who has so many blessings in her life. And by the way, an attorney, Harvard educated, all this and that. So I just think that she has to have more discretion. I mean, I will say to you, like for Larry and I, because in Philadelphia we're recognized. So sometimes, yeah, you might have one or the other where you know you're at a Father's Day dinner or a Mother's Day dinner, whatever, and these things do happen, but you don't talk about it because most people don't relate to that at all.
Yeah.
So it just sounds. What's your point?
It sounds elite to me.
Right?
Yes.
Or
yes.
bitter?
Yeah.
I
You
don't
want to
know.
sound like
Jealous of her spouse?
You want no.
Maybe?
You want to sound like your audience. You don't want to sound like you're above them, right?
Yeah. Just wait till my wife launches her podcast and she's bitter about my fame and
I
fortune.
can't wait. I can't
See?
wait till that happens.
But you have to be gracious.
Do you want her to be the Tuesday contributor to the cut
Yeah.
sheet?
You know, for the summer, we should actually bring in a different family member each day.
Well, David met.
We'll bring
David,
Dawn's boys
Yeah,
in.
David.
as soon as he applies.
Bring
know,
my
sorry.
wife in.
He's-
Bring my mother-in-law in. We'll bring in my wife's uncle, who's part Alex Jones, part Bernie
All
Sanders.
right, we're 2 minutes late. We're 2 minutes late.
Sorry.
Kayal and Company Fight Club.
Doesn't matter.
I am looking for a fight.
Fights will go on as long as they have to.
We know fights equal rating.
You got knocked the out, man.
Fight Club on this Thursday, sponsored by Tri-County Auto Group. C-Sales Assistant, these are the things you can sell. You can sell Fight Club. Tri-County Auto Group ponied up, and they sponsor Fight Club. Tri-County Auto Group, 3 locations, 1 priority. You visit tricounty.com today. Do it right now. Tricounty.com, because we know fights equal ratings. Brian Krieger and everybody over there at Tri-County Auto knows that fights equal ratings, so they said, let me get on this bandwagon. By the way, tomorrow we will go through the 5 fights of the week, and we will judge, we will vote on which one was the best. This one, I think, kind of takes the cake. Not sure where this was. It seems to be a Mexican restaurant, right, Nick? I would assume that this is a Mexican restaurant.
Could have been Taco Tuesday. You never know.
Brawl happened in a Mexican restaurant. This was submitted by Ed the trucker. Let's youtube.com/@1210WPHT if you want to see the fighting. Nick, for everybody who can't get there, please describe the antics. Roll this. Oh!
I mean, this is an all-out brawl. This looks like something out of a movie.
Yeah.
It's like a
It
bar
does.
fight in 48 hours.
I was just going to say, it looks like 48 hours.
Yeah, Eddie Murphy and Nick Nolte.
Chairs flying, drinks flying.
Yep.
Roadhouse.
Yes.
Roadhouse, yes. There goes the Heineken pails of bucket. By the way,
Women going at it, men going at it.
Heineken buckets at a Mexican joint?
Yeah, maybe it's not a Mexican joint.
Look at this. I mean, there's napkins everywhere, chairs. Here comes the guy with the folding chair. This guy.
He's a bouncer, I think.
Yeah, he'll be on SmackDown this Friday.
Wow. He got something in his eye.
Oh, wow.
Man.
This is... You see what happens when they skimp on the guac?
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Where did Ed Durr find this?
This is great.
There's guitars on the wall. I'm waiting for them to pull off the guitar and smash it.
What do you think caused this? Nothing. Like what causes any of these fights? Nothing.
No, it's because you asked for the nachos. The nacho pile, by the way, is getting very small these days. Have you noticed that when you go out for nachos?
This is why I don't go out. Like we just don't live in a civilized society.
Mm-hmm.
Like who wants to deal with this? You know what I mean? Like
they give you Heinekens when you're getting tacos. It's just a mess. This whole world's upside down.
It's a good one.
Is that a local one?
I'm not sure. Ed Durr. Thank you, buddy. YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT. Hit the like and subscribe buttons if you want to watch and react to Fight Club. Very highly rated segment. So Tri-County Auto Group was very smart to get in while the getting was good.
I'm out on restaurants now. I'm out on. I was never in on DoorDash or Uber Eats. This is why I still do the routine. Saturday or Sunday morning, you go to the grocery store. The ambiance, the sounds, the sights, the smells.
Yep.
You come home and you cook on your grill on your deck. Mm-hmm. You don't have to worry about this.
All right. I've been teasing this, but we have to take another break. On the other side, I will tell you how this woman got E. coli in her sinuses.
It better be really good. I'm assuming this wasn't like a faulty neti pot.
It could be. I could just be teasing it. Also, if you have acid reflux, Senator Ron Johnson has a holistic approach to getting rid of it. That's not Prilosec or
surgery,
Tums, or any of that stuff. Yeah. We'll get to all of that on the other side.
Wish I would have known this before I had my Nissen fundoplication for my reflux issue.
Whatever you just
which
said.
People email me about. They're asking for where I went.
Yeah.
I'm happy to help you out. Back after this.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy. Pretty much hands off, They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief. The best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Summer is here. It's time to address some of those nagging projects around the house that you've been putting off. If replacing your home's old drafty windows and doors is on your to-do list, then you need to call my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida is going to help you get your project started with 20% off all windows and doors while allowing you to start your project today with no money out of pocket. And once your new high-quality windows and doors have been expertly installed, you'll have up to 3 full years to pay them off interest-free. So you'll be able to start enjoying all the benefits of your new energy-efficient windows and doors, including an increased comfort level of your home and lowered monthly energy bills, while having the luxury of paying off your project interest-free for up to 36 months. This offer is for a limited time only. Restrictions apply. So for full details, call Guida today to schedule a free, no-obligation in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
First Harvest Credit Union is celebrating 85 years with special anniversary share certificates. Earn 3.85% annual percentage yield with a 7-month online-only certificate, or choose a 15-month certificate at the same great rate. Visit firstharvestcu.com/certificates to learn more about these anniversary offers and our other savings options, like a First Harvest Growth Savings and Growth Checking accounts. Lock in higher earnings today. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
A message from Bradford White Water Heaters. How you heat your water matters, and you do have a choice. So choose efficiency, choose reliability, choose innovation, choose a water heater that's manufactured in America using the finest components from around the world. Choose Bradford White. Still is and always will be built to be the best. So make the right choice. Ask your plumbing professional to install a Bradford White water heater in your home or business. Visit BradfordWhite.com to learn more.
The working families of La Una Labor's District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor's District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
Hey, navigation, take me to the amazing deals and super low lease payments at KiaofCherryHill.com.
It's Memorial Day savings all month long at KiaofCherryHill.com. Choose from over 400 new Kias available, including over 40 Tellurides, over 100 Sportages, over 35 Carnivals, over 75 Celtos, and over 80 Souls. Drive home your new Kia today, just minutes from all bridges, or available online 24/7 at KiaofCherryHill.com.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT.
9:20, it's Kayal and Company as we continue the cut sheet. Big three coming up shortly, and sinus infection revelation.
So Senator Ron Johnson was on with Tucker Carlson, and you guys get acid reflux? I do.
No.
I used to until I had my surgery.
Yeah. Take a little Pepsid after eating a spicy meal or drinking some wine or tequila.
My mother-in-law takes Tums.
So Ron Johnson, after years of taking Zantac, Prilosec, Nexium, all that stuff. Mm-hmm. By the way, Zantac was recalled, wasn't it? It was it's not good for you.
None of them are good for you. I was on Prilosec for about 18 months until I had my surgery. Miserable.
You gotta have a healthy gut.
Yep.
Healthy gut, very important, Dawn. Thank you very much. Well, Senator Ron Johnson has a better way to get rid of it. Roll this.
So I've always had acid reflux for years. Okay. And so I was on everything, Zantac and Prilosec and then Nexium, which by the way were great in terms of relieving the symptoms, but also have some pretty nasty side effects. So I, again, reading these alternate opinions on stuff, hydrochloric acid has been known for decades to be a digestive aid. The theory behind what causes acid reflux is you don't have enough stomach acid. You're not digesting the food properly. You're not providing the signal to the, I guess, sphincter muscle, whatever, that closes your stomach off from your esophagus.
Is that your
so what you do to solve it is you introduce more acid in the form of a natural vegetarian-based product, and that's called hydrochloric acid. So I take one tablet now before my evening meal. I miss it probably at least half the time. I don't have it anymore. So I don't take any of that stuff anymore. This worked far better
than Big Pharma.
It's just completely natural. It's completely opposite of what all these other patented drugs do for you. So it's just HCl, and they call it betaine or something like that. But it's just an over-the-counter supplement, and it's worked great.
I mean, you would think, given what
I will get all kinds of guff for talking about this stuff, but it's just because that's what they do. Mm-hmm. This is the
you just described your life improving, your health improving, and that's somehow a thought crime. Like, how does that work?
It will be, because the pharmaceutical industrial complex, again, it's all about drugs that can treat chronic illness.
So I know earlier this week, Dr. Stocker was in. So now Dr. Kayal's going to come in for his consultation. So I've actually had to deal with this. And what happens is it's your sphincter. And when you eat or drink, it opens up, it goes down into your stomach, and then it's supposed to lock back up. But some people have weak valves and weak sphincters. So
why do you have a weak sphincter? Yeah, what makes your sphincter weak?
I don't know. But it comes back up. And that's why you get the heartburn, which is, it has to happen at a frequency of however many times for you to feel heartburn. I didn't have that kind of reflux with heartburn. I had silent reflux, which comes all the way up to your throat real quickly, burns your vocal cords.
Silent but deadly.
You don't know it, and then it goes right back down.
Yeah.
So anytime I hear, like Dawn sometimes, when I hear you clearing your throat, I wonder if that's acid from the coffee. Because I was having all of these throat clearing issues where I started to lose my voice. So I had the surgery to prevent the silent reflux, and they reinforce the sphincter. And what they do, they take the upper flap of your stomach, and they do a procedure called a Nissen fundoplication.
Wow, look
and
at you.
they tighten it back up.
They tighten your sphincter?
Yes. So now we have multiple sphincters, by the way.
I didn't realize that. I just thought we had one.
I never knew.
Yeah.
So now I don't have any more silent reflux.
So
I
this
can
is the
eat all the
sphincter
bad
in your
stuff.
throat.
Yes.
No, the sphincter in your stomach, right
Oh,
here.
okay.
Like right here, like right in the middle. Now, I still have a little bit of a gut. That's because I like alcohol. But you can now go back to consuming all the stuff you love. Here's the downside. Gas has to go somewhere. So if you can't throw up from the surgery or you can't burp as much as you used to, how else do you get rid of gas? It goes out the other sphincter.
Yes. There you go.
Wait, which one?
The one where my wife likes to stick her foot in sometimes when I get out of line.
Which could make that one loose.
That's
You gotta
right.
watch out.
And I'm not going to have that one tightened. I like my other sphincter just the way it is.
Hydrochloric acid. Okay.
That's
By the
correct.
way, speaking.
And you can buy those on like all natural HCl like tablets on Amazon, or because I just looked it up. I didn't know.
By the way, I'm not a doctor, so it worked for Ron Johnson. I'm not saying it's going to work for everybody, but
Well, yeah. I mean, you have 4 solutions. You either do what Ron Johnson is doing, do what I did, stay on Prilosec, or eat the most bland, acid-free diet the rest of your life. And that's a miserable way to live.
Like I'm looking at Amazon and they sell this, I don't know, Nest Natural Digestive Support 4% hydrochloric acid, like little, like a big bottle of it's $45. But I think that lasts, like you take just a couple drops. So I never knew about this. I'm just learning about it. Maintains stomach acidity for better absorption of vitamins and nutrients, it says. I know, I've never heard of that.
Also, a reason why I drink alkaline water.
Oh.
To neutralize the acid.
Fascinating. Speaking of this is a woman from Instagram who claims that she's been suffering from a 7-year sinus infection. Ooh, my wife gets sinus infections. They're bad. They're nasty.
Yep.
So I feel for this woman. She says after her ex-boyfriend. Well, all right. Why don't we? So she was diagnosed having E. coli in her sinuses.
Is this going to be another sphincter story?
So she's a poop sniffer.
Roll it.
Today I realized that I think my ex-boyfriend got the best possible breakup revenge that anyone could ever get. We dated like 7 years ago. I've had a persistent sinus infection ever since he and I stayed in a hotel one night after I had surgery. And he farted terribly. Like, I couldn't breathe. I've never, ever
Fart on your head?
It's not anything that even compares to that. And I got my sinus infection cultured today. I've gotten it like imaged. I've had all of these tests done. Doctors haven't been able to figure it out. And it is E. coli. And usually don't get E. coli in your sinuses because E. coli is from poop. So like, I don't know. How does that get in your sinuses unless you have a boyfriend who farts disgustingly and you are forced to inhale it because you are immobile after ankle surgery? Oh my God.
Yeah. Hey, everybody loves their own brand, right?
Now look. Just because this came from a woman on Instagram, I don't, I'm not verifying anything.
Oh, Mr. I can spot AI a mile away.
I just think, well, this is an AI because I checked out this woman's Instagram account while I was, while I found this video because I just wanted to see the.
I mean, did she ever consider a deviated septum surgery, a rhinoplasty, or septoplasty?
First of all, like, not to get graphic or gross, but like,
where was her face?
Yeah,
when he
that's
farted?
exactly. And was his butt exposed? You know what I mean? Because if it wasn't, how's anything getting out?
It's an interesting question, right?
I can freaking smell it.
Yeah.
So
I'm allergic to the
if you have a persistent sinus infection, maybe get checked for E. coli.
Yeah.
Ew.
I mean,
There you go.
I had a stretch where my right nostril was always blocked up, and then I realized I had
What
a
have you been
deviated septum.
What have you been sniffing?
By the way, Kayal, are you embarrassed to be in there in front of our sales assistant?
No, I'm an open book. This is called personality-driven radio, ladies. It's the way it's done.
We get we get great numbers here just because we talk about what other humans talk about.
Authenticity sells.
It's called rhizopus or rhizopus.
Puss, yeah.
Co-infected sinusitis with E. coli.
Mm-hmm.
So this is a rare thing that people do get.
Wow.
But there are other reasons for it. It's not her boyfriend.
Yeah. Just another jealous ex. 7. Let it go. It's been 7 years.
Paul Swanholm, a covered wagon did her. We used to call it a Dutch oven, but I don't know. A covered wagon. Never heard of that one. That's a good one. That's a good one. All right. So I've officially look. We've covered everything from tariffs to the deep state of the FBI to Epstein to farts causing E. coli.
Did we miss anything? I don't think we have.
Dawn's Big 3 next.
All right, stay right there.
Something amazing is happening in business. More companies are turning to Mac. From finance to fulfillment, CDW will seamlessly support Mac integration into your organization. With the power of Apple Silicon, best-in-class security, and compatibility across your favorite apps, your team will have the performance they need and the tools they love. Make amazing happen. Mac and CDW. Learn more at cdw.com/Apple.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
This May, Hester Chevrolet makes it easier than ever to drive home in a new Chevy. Get a new 2024 Chevy Silverado 1500 Crew Cab 4x4, just $43,999. Or drive home in a 2025 Chevy Blazer. Lease for just $349 a month, 39 months. Or finance with 0.9% APR financing for 72 months. Hester Chevrolet of Cherry Hill, Cherry Hill's trusted Chevy dealer. Visit us at HesterChevyCH.com. Call 856-406-6397 for details. Together, let's drive.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation. And Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Beat the heat with Window Nation's semi-annual sale. Buy 4 windows, get 4 free, and a free entry door when you purchase a full house of windows. Plus, no money down, no interest, and no monthly payments until 2027, and a lifetime warranty. Hurry, sale ends May 31st. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
From Chester Springs to Clementon, we know your favorite stations, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Dawn's Big 3 is coming up here in just a few moments on Kayal and Company. And then, of course, we will get to the morning mystery movie clip, what occurred today in music history, and what Dawn has lined up from 10 to noon. But before that, and before we get to the Big 3, one last clip that we have to play. Last night, we saw Kash Patel, the head of the FBI. He was on with Brett Baer. Well, his deputy director of the FBI, Dan Bongino, was on Fox and Friends this morning, and apparently when it comes to Epstein and the claims of he killed himself, Bongino says, oh no, we have video proof.
Oh boy.
Let's roll this.
Those 2 cases obviously are of significant public interest. I'm just telling you what we see in the file. I just want to be crystal clear on this. I am not asking anyone to believe me. I'm telling you what's there and what isn't. Right. There is nothing in the file at this point on the Epstein case, and there's going to be a disclosure on this coming shortly. We are working through there is video. That is something the public does not.
There's video of him killing himself.
No, not the actual act, but the entire MCC Bay. It was only one camera. There's video that when you look at the video, and we will release, that's what's taken a while on this. We are working on cleaning it up to make sure you have an enhanced, and we're going to give the original so you don't think there were any shenanigans. You're going to see there's no one there but him. Right. There's just nobody there. So I say to people all the time, if you have a tip, let us know. But there's no DNA, there's no audio, there's no fingerprints, there's no suspects, there's no accomplices, there's no tips, there is nothing. If you have it, I'm happy to see it. There's video clear as day. He's the only person in there and the only person coming out. You can see it.
So there's video, but there's just not video because of one camera. The one camera that we probably need. I'm going to just speculate here and try to go beyond what he's saying. So of all the cameras on that bay, others were still working except for one. Now, which one is that? I'm just going to assume that it's the one directly with the best visual of his cell. But, I guess when they release the video, we'll be able to further pontificate as to what happened. But you say there's no DNA and all this other stuff. Okay, but when we've seen the imagery of his neck where he hung himself, and the end result of the red mark, from everything that we've heard from experts, and also including Epstein's brother himself, the physical results appear to be completely different from what is the typical result of a self-induced hanging, right?
Yeah.
So, look, if Bongino's correct, and we're all wrong, and we could all be wrong, I have no problem apologizing. I just don't like the way that both of them have gone about saying blah, 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 blah. And then when they get in these positions, it's killed himself, man. Killed himself. You don't have to believe me, but he killed himself. All right. We'll find out eventually. Maybe we all get to a better conclusion based upon this video. Now, here's the question. When does that video come out? 2 years from now? 4 years from now? What do you guys think?
I don't know.
I want to see the angle of this video then. So you're saying that you don't see anybody.
But again, it's not yes, we know he physically killed himself. We know that. The question is that who let it happen? Right?
Do we know that we just assumed
he was on suicide watch, and then miraculously a day before was not on suicide watch anymore.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
I don't know.
That's all I'm saying.
Stinks to high hell, in my opinion, but.
Well, hopefully you don't get a sinus infection from
it. I know. 7 years worth.
E.
Speaking of sevens, 9:37. Let's get to Dawn Stenzel's Big Three at 9:37.
It's the Big 3 at 9 on Kayal and Company.
Sponsored by Kitchen Magic. We keep hearing about new pardons by President Trump. So in this one, President Donald J. Trump has commuted a federal life sentence of Larry Hoover. This is one of Chicago's most notorious gang leaders, according to the guy's own attorneys. So he's 74 years old, Mr. Hoover is, founder of the Gangster Disciples, spent nearly 30 years in solitary confinement at a facility in ADX Florence in Colorado, widely considered one of the most secure prisons in the world. And so President Trump just making the announcement, Larry Hoover's federal life sentences have been commuted by President Trump. This was the latest. Mr. Hoover, who is now 75 years old, spent nearly 30 years in solitary, the most restrictive, draconian supermax prison in the United States.
Wow. So you went in solitary confinement at age 45. You get out at 75. Can you imagine what it must be like to try to catch up on the world and what life looks like? 30 years, 1995.
Yeah, and the thing about it is that I don't, as I was looking at it, I think that even though this is commuted on the federal level, he still faces a long sentence for a 1973 murder in Illinois State Court. So,
any explanation as to why he's Pardoning him, basically?
I think that what they're saying is to hold somebody in solitary, which there are so many studies about solitary, is to
it breaks
bring
you.
Yeah. 30 years in solitary. So I guess at this point, then it's up to the state authorities in Illinois. Will they also, will the governor there, that's Pritzker, that's his state. So I don't know what's going to happen next, but that's really making big headlines. And as well, there's another rapper, a Louisiana rap artist, NBA Youngboy, pretty famous rapper. I mean, for like teenagers and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
But he had just been sentenced late last year for 2 years in prison, gun-related charges. Trump has completely pardoned him. So,
and he wrote an anti-Trump song too, didn't he?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Isn't that interesting?
Yeah.
All right, Trump's approval rating with the black community just went from 15% to 16%.
So his real name is Kentrell Gaulden. He's from Utah. He had all these firearms because he had a previous conviction, which meant he could not have any firearms. So he was doing a rap video, and that's how they busted him, because he had these, handguns or whatever he was flashing in his video. So
I have to go back and look at the pardon counter. Remember, Trump was way behind a lot of his predecessors with pardons used.
Well, he's doing them early.
Mm-hmm.
Like usually they do them in their last.
Like Biden did.
Yeah.
Yeah. Pardon Fauci. Okay.
So I won't go into the tariff thing. Obviously, we've talked a lot about it. The Trump administration working into the wee hours of the morning to try with this new Manhattan court ruling, a trade international court. They're obviously they've already filed the appeal. So that one's going on. We've talked a ton about that one. I want to get to this tick story because this is important. It's news you can use, certainly. And this is news of this tiny tick that's a big concern.
From China. It's from China.
Everything comes from China.
Ah!
I mean, my God.
God created the world, but everything else is made in China.
So this is, and seriously, yesterday I was out for a tiny bit before we had a high school event last night with, same thing, it was like a play.
Yeah.
So I just spray up. You got to make sure you have the bug spray on. If you want the natural stuff, fine, but this is an invasive tick species from Asia, and it's spreading rapidly in Pennsylvania in particular. Numbers significantly increasing over the last several years. Huge heads up.
To be fair, though, they're not the ones that carry the Lyme disease, though, right?
Because
they're the bigger ones, the fat ones.
Yeah, but it's an invasive tick, and the creepy thing about it is the females don't need a male to like reproduce.
Oh, so they're liberal. Me in my mouth.
Look out for the ticks. All right, we have to break.
Okay, we have to break. Well, Kitchen Magic, really quick here.
Yes.
That's our sponsor. Looking to remodel your kitchen, Kitchen Magic. Yes, their products are made right in Nazareth, Pennsylvania, so tariff delays or anything else is not going to impact you. Family-owned, American-made, and this month, you only have a few days left of May, save up to 30%. KitchenMagic.com. Do this today.
9 o'clock hour brought to you by Wawa, where you can sip into savings. Enjoy any size hot coffee, including their new cinnamon churro blend for $1, any size iced coffee for $2, or 16-ounce Wawa teas and fruit drinks for just $1. Unlimited bonus offers can be redeemed daily with Wawa Rewards. The bells and whistles coming up next.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
I really need funding to expand my inventory.
Swish Funding can help you expand inventory, upgrade equipment, and boost your cash flow.
Well, okay, but I need funding fast.
Swish Funding provides funding from $25,000 to $2 million with payment terms tailored to your needs and cash in your account in less than 24 hours.
So what's the catch?
No catch. If you've been in business for at least 1 year with monthly revenue of $50,000, you could qualify. Just go to swishfunding.com to apply. That's swishfunding.com.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Do not miss out on the memorial sale at Rescue Natural Supplements going on now. With prices rising across the country, Rescue is rolling back pricing to the year 2010. Plus, enjoy their fantastic buy 2 bottles, get 1 free, and buy 3 bottles and get 2 free memorial deals. Stock up on your favorite, save big with Rescue rollback pricing, generous free bottle offers. Whether you're in need of 1250 omega-3s, cholesterol supporters, probiotics, or natural pain relief, everything is on sale. To order, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a Rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com. res-q.com. Don't miss this opportunity for huge savings on over 50 Rescue products to tackle your health goals. Remember, 2010 rollback prices and the memorial deals are going on now through May 29th. So go shop res-q.com. That's res-q.com.
Here's a few questions for you from California Psychics. Do your workdays seem to go on forever? Is your career progression as fast as downtown traffic? Or does your boss still not know your name?
Hey, you, Tina, Lisa, Sheila, whatever. Get that report to me by lunch, okay? It's Carrie, ma'am. Just get it done, Terry.
It's time to read the career warning signs and talk to California Psychics. We're always on hand to give you the career guidance you need. You see, we only connect you with the very best. In fact, 98% of the psychics who apply to work with us don't make the grade. That's why we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. So you could soon be telling your boss where to stick that report.
Where are you going, Terry? Terry!
Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics. Call 1-800-PREDICT today and get 20 minutes for just $20.
For governor, Jack Ciattarelli has President Trump's complete and total endorsement.
This is Jack Ciattarelli. Just like President Trump is taking on the status quo in Washington, when I'm governor, we're going to do the same in New Jersey. I'll end Murphy's Sanctuary State for illegals, stop overdevelopment in our suburbs, cap property taxes, and instead of worrying about kids' pronouns, we'll get back to teaching the basics in our schools.
Jack Ciattarelli, President Trump's only endorsed candidate for governor. Paid for by Ciattarelli for Governor Inc., P.O. Box 225, Annandale, New Jersey.
Free speech in Philly on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
It's Kayal and Company, 9:48 here on a Thursday morning. Dawn has a preview in a matter of moments. Up next is Phil with the music, but we always lead off the last segment with Jimmy Kelly and his Morning Mystery movie clip.
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And why don't you tell all these nice folks why you've been ducking me? Politics, man. This country wants to keep me down. Keep everybody weak. Hey, woman. Hey, woman. Listen here. Since your old man ain't got no heart, maybe you'd like to see a real man. I bet you stay up late every night dreaming you had a real man, don't you?
Such a great scene.
I tell you what, bring your pretty little self over to my apartment tonight, and I'll show you a real man.
Oh, such a great scene.
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
This is a self-admission from Jimmy Kelly. He realized yesterday was tough, so he gave you a layup today. So you will get a pair of tickets if you are caller 12 at 855-839-1210 with the correct answer to the movie, and you are going to see Styx and Kevin Cronin from REO Speedwagon, plus Don Felder at Freedom Mortgage Pavilion, August 8th. For tickets, visit Ticketmaster.com. So you could do Styx on the 8th, and then Jimmy Fallon on the 9th.
Jimmy Fallon will be in Pottstown, PA at Soul Joel's. You can get tickets at
FoxAcrossAmerica.com.
FoxAcrossAmerica.com.
That is correct. All right.
By the way, Phil, is Styx with like the original Styx?
They've been with this group for a while.
Is it
now.
Tommy Shaw?
Yes, it is Tommy Shaw.
Well, then I mean that's Styx then.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah, even
I say it's been there a while now.
Okay.
So.
Come on, Greg, get your music knowledge.
Sorry.
9:50. Let's get to what occurred today in music history.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, May 29th, we celebrate the birthday of Noel Gallagher from Oasis. Heavenly birthday shouts to Mike Porcaro from Toto and Gary Brooker from Procol Harum. We also lost B.J. Thomas on this day in 2021. Six Coup to Light by Fire by the Doors in 67. School's Out by Alice Cooper in 72. And Just What I Needed by the Cars in 78. Album that could CSN's debut in 69. The Art of War by Sabaton in 2008. Brave New World by Iron Maiden in 2000. And Hellbound by Warlock in 85. Also in 2004, a guitar used by John Lennon sold at auction for $2.9 million. In 2001, the Eagles made their first ever visit to Russia. In 71, the Stones were atop the singles chart with Brown Sugar. In 97, Jeff Buckley disappeared after swimming in the Mississippi River. In 62, Chubby Checker won a Grammy for Let's Twist Again. In 2010, 3 Days Grace was atop the Billboard Rock Songs chart. And in 76, Wings at the Speed of Sound was atop the album chart. But lastly, on this day in 83, Van Halen gets a record $1.5 million to play Day 2 of the US Festival. It's the most any act has ever been paid for a single performance. For Kayal and Company, I'm Bill Omquist.
Nice work, Philip. And I believe we have Steve, who's identified the movie in Point Pleasant, New Jersey. Steve, what did we play for you?
Rocky 3.
Rocky
3.
What gave it away? Was it Mr. T?
I mentioned it yesterday, too.
Yes, you did. Great job, Steve.
Yeah.
You're going to go see Styx. All right, pal?
Great, thanks.
You got it. All right,
Yeah.
Dawn Show.
Well, hang on. Before we get to Dawn Show, I just want to do two tweets. Snow Bunny Gal says, can you give a shout out to Jason Hill at Phil a Bagel? He listens every day. What's up, Jason? Thank you for listening every day. Phil a Bagel. Thank you, Jason, for listening.
Food drop.
I wouldn't say no to a food drop. In Exile in Jersey, my buddy Greg says Silent Reflux was the name of my high school Barry Manilow cover band. So thank you, Greg. In Exile in Jersey.
Yeah. Also a side effect of marriage. All right. As Dawn is up next in 7 minutes, we find out what she has lined up.
Yeah, so one of my favorite investigative journalists when it comes to medicine, health, this is Emily Kopp. Had her on multiple times, so she'll join us to talk about the latest with Maha, continuing the conversation about all of these ingredients with our government. Essentially, were they poisoning us? We'll get the latest on Maha from this great award-winning investigative journalist. That's coming up in the 10 o'clock hour, where we will also talk about the Trump taco, something that we didn't even get to in the cut sheet because we had so much. But we'll talk about this as President Trump responds to the taco controversy or allegation. It's so goofy.
It's unbelievable to me that Nick looks like he's befuddled, which means that your Twitter silo does not like filters all that stuff out.
I look to me, the Trump taco should be merely raw onion and cilantro. That's
Excuse
it.
me.
That's
Excuse
it.
me.
Little lime juice.
So we'll get to the Trump taco. You want to hear that, and we'll update you as we have been since 6 o'clock this morning. That's why it's so great we're live and local, because there are updates minute by minute on this Trump tariff situation with that Manhattan court that did that ruling and Trump's response to that. Coming up in the 11 o'clock hour, we have Pennsylvania State Senator. This is Gene Yaw, and he is talking about your choices when it comes to energy. We'll talk about drill, baby drill, and what he's doing with regard to Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro's attitude on all of this. So we'll get to get a little update. I haven't talked to Gene Yaw, Senator Yaw, in a little bit, so we'll get the Pennsylvania update. And I'll talk more about this tick that is really scary across the entire East Coast. I will get an update.
Pets and dogs?
If you keep talking, you're going to go into your show.
Well, we should do that.
Okay.
We should just go like seamlessly.
With that being said,
good night, everybody.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flourtown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance sales associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flourtown showrooms, or visit dkappliances.com.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Summer starts here at Tri-County Toyota, where the deals are heating up for the month of May.